We are Baltimore. We are Detroit.
Tigers baseball on Fox Sports Detroit is presented by
Bell Tire.
Driven deep to center field. Gorgeous going back. Track wall. Leaps can't get it. It's gone. Well, that'll do. Dead center field off the grassy knoll out there in center, and the Tigers have extended their lead 4-0. That is his 9th and his 399th of his career. And today, Miguel Cabrera will go for his 400th home run as we welcome you to St. Louis. It is Game 2 in this 3-game series featuring the St. Louis Cardinals and your Detroit Tigers. Hi again, everyone. Welcome to Tigers Baseball. Mario and Pemba alongside Rod Allen. Glad to have you with us. Game 2 in the series. Good start to the road trip last night. Tigers a big win. Miguel Cabrera a big night. And Rod, he is on the cusp now of a milestone home run.
You know, I have a pretty good idea he's going to get number 400 today. If you look at Miguel's numbers this season, he's hitting nearly 500 during the day, and 8 of his 9 home runs have come during the day.
Here are some of the milestone home runs for Miguel Cabrera. His first ever was hit against Al Levine. That was back in 2003. Well, today, will it be Tyler Lyons for number 400? We'll have to wait and see. We'll find out in just a few moments here from St. Louis. Now, as far as the Tigers are concerned, a good win yesterday, and part of that win, J.D. Martinez, who continues to swing a really good bat.
You know, it's good to see J.D. perk back up. He went through a stretch there where he was really struggling with the bat. He wasn't getting a lot of hits, and he was striking out in bunches. But lately, he's been getting off. 429 batting average, 2 home runs, 4 runs scored lately for J.D. Martinez. That's the last 6 games. He's starting to drive the ball the other way, starting to trust the hands again, not leaving the strike zone, not swinging at balls that are down in the dirt. The one thing that is really, really impressive about J.D. Martinez and a guy like Miguel Cabrera and even Cespedes for that matter, they all bat right in the middle of the Tigers' batting order. They've got as much power the opposite way as they do to the pull field, so they're very tough to pitch to when they're going good.
All right, now it's easy to get lost in the euphoria of all the offense the Tigers have had. There's no question about that. But let's not forget about the fact they're a really good defensive team this year, much improved over the past couple of years.
You know, you have to equate a lot of that to speed. When they got Iglesias back, obviously they've gotten a guy back at shortstop that could possibly win a Gold Glove. Ian Kinsler at second base, very athletic. He was tremendous last year. Ghost in center field covers a lot of ground with Rajay Davis. Up and down their lineup and on the defensive side, they have played some really good baseball. 4th in the American League, really 4th in the majors as far as fielding percentage is concerned. They've turned a lot of double plays. And they have won a lot of games defensively this year. Some of those close games they wouldn't have won last year, they've won this year because they've caught the baseball.
All right, now today they will give the baseball to David Price. And Price has a little bit been hot and cold this year, Rod. What do you expect from him today against this Cardinals offense?
You know, the St. Louis Cardinals, generally speaking, are a pretty good fastball hitting team. What they'll need to do is throw a few more breaking balls, a few more curveballs early in counts, especially with runners in scoring position. If he does that, I think David Price will go out there today and really have a nice afternoon against this Cardinals team.
All right, Game 2 in this series coming up. After a short break, we send you back to the Call Sam Studios. Check in with John Keating and Craig Monroe. But coming up today, boy, the hitting really has been contagious. Tiger bats are booming. Hopefully there's more of the same here in St. Louis today. Tigers Cards next. Bank, raise our expectations of what a bank can be when it's time. Come to Comerica. Ram, come discover great deals during the Ram Drive and Discover event. And by Hellman's Mayonnaise, bring out the best. Tigers fans, Cardinals fans, getting set for baseball here this afternoon on a cloudy day in St. Louis. Game 2 in this series. Hey, stay tuned. Tigers Live following the game. We'll select the Fox Sports Detroit Tigers player of the game. Presented by the 2 for $5 mix or match filet of fish and 10-piece McNuggets. Coming up today, Miggy goes for number 400. Is today the day? We shall find out shortly. Tigers and Cards coming up next. See, it's cloudy, it's overcast today. The field conditions are presented by Ace Hardware and the Scotts Company. 76 degrees at game time, a little bit humid, 65%. No rain right now. There is some of the forecast later today. Hopefully it will hold off and we get this game in. Now the Tigers starting lineup is presented by the Southeast Michigan Ford dealers today. Rajai Davis back in there. He'll lead off and play center field. Kinsler and Cabrera also at the top. Right now JD is hot. 6-game hitting streak. He's in right. Cespedes in left, Castellanos at third. You've got McCann, Iglesias, and David Price rounding it out for Detroit, and they will face the left-hander Tyler Lyons.
And Lyons making his third start this year, still looking for his first victory. Checks in with a .482 earned run average. He's got a fastball that will top out at about 93, average heater, 90 miles an hour. He's got a slider, he's got a changeup and a curveball. No changeups to the left-handers. He'll throw quite a few to the right-handers. Let's take a look at the St. Louis Cardinals starting defense. It's presented by Tim Hortons. In the outfield is Holiday, Borges, Grichuk. Colton Wong, their second baseman. He's already committed 5 errors this season, which is tied among all players in baseball at that position.
Well, we are ready for baseball here this afternoon as Rajai Davis leads it off for the Tigers. Our first pitch of today's ball game is a strike called.
Rajai Davis sporting the dark shades this afternoon.
Rajai getting the start with the left-hander on the mound. That would be Tyler Lyons. The 0-1 pitch. Bouncer right back to the mound. Lyons, nice play, and one gone. That'll bring up Ian Kinsler. Kinsler is at 301. One of the few Tigers that was hitless in last night's ball game. Tigers pounding out 17 hits. Ian did have a walk, a sac fly, and a run scored. So he definitely did contribute last evening.
Also made some nice defensive plays in the field.
Swings in the first and flies it to center field where Peter Borges is waiting. 2 up, 2 down.
Miguel Cabrera has 9 home runs total this season. 8 of those have come during the day, but this was the one they hit last night, straight away center field. to give him career home run 399.
When's the last time Miguel Cabrera hit a cheap home run?
There's nothing cheap about anything he does.
A drive to dead center field over the wall for number 9 in the season. He was 3 for 5 last night. Strike one on Miguel.
A generous strike zone already this afternoon by Vic Carapazza. He's the home plate umpire.
Lions working quickly. The 0-1 pitch. But outside, 1 ball and 1 strike.
A little tailing fastball, about 90 miles an hour.
Cabrera, 28 RBIs.
Light rain falling here.
Yeah, it's supposed to drizzle for much of the afternoon. As long as it's just a light rain, I think we should be okay.
They say Lyons, that last pitch, he will go inside to the right-handers, even though he's not overpowering. That sets up his changeup down and away from lefties. Righties, excuse me.
Just off the plate.
And backdoor breaking ball.
That'll be tapped foul down the third base line. Lions getting a crack at replacing Adam Wainwright in the rotation. Wainwright went down with that ruptured Achilles, and so he's gone for the year. They have used a couple of guys, and Lions right now getting an opportunity. His numbers have been much better out of the bullpen, though, as a reliever than a starter.
It's amazing how these Cardinals just keep on rolling despite having an injury to the ace of their staff.
It'll get fouled down the right field line.
It's kind of like the Tigers. Justin Verlander went down in spring training, but really the squad hasn't missed a beat.
Here are the splits as a reliever, a 1.13 ERA. It's almost 6 as a starter. Seems like good teams are able to do that. They're able to plug in some spots.
A lot of good players.
Mike Matheny in his 4th year as the manager of the Cardinals. Here's the 2-2 again. High 3-2.
And Mike Matheny is looking for career win number 300 as a manager. He's sitting on 299, so he's sitting on a milestone too.
Rain starting to pick up in intensity now. And Cabrera drives one to center field. Borges is on the move, still going back. Track one, and it's gone! It is gone! Miguel Cabrera hits number 400. And the mighty Miguel does it in his first at bat. Not even the rain can stop Miguel Cabrera today. His 400th career home run, and of course to dead center field.
And Miguel now the 8th youngest player to hit the milestone of 400 career home runs.
JD Martinez swings and misses.
32 years old, 28 days.
Boy, does he have a flair for the dramatic.
Straightaway center field again. He went straightaway center field last night.
Rolled foul third base side. 0-2 on JD.
And he always picks the biggest part of the ballpark.
And he wanted to make sure there was no doubt about number 400. It traveled 428. Lions just missing 1 ball and 2 strikes on JD Martinez. Well, Cabrera lifting the suspense from the rest of the afternoon. Here's the 1-2. Slowly toward third base. Going to be a tough play. And safe at first is JD with an infield single. Cabrera's 4th home run in his last 2 days.
3 days, I should say. Had a couple against the Twins, one last night, and one here today.
What is it with Miguel Cabrera during the daylight? Coming into this contest, his batting average was .474 during the day.
Well, he did it again here this afternoon, and now at the age of 32 years and 28 days, one of the youngest to reach 400 in Major League history. An amazing career, just keeps getting more and more amazing. Here is Yoenis Cespedes. All inside to Cespedes, who also homered in last night's ball game, and it was the first run of the ball game for the Tigers. It was his 5th home run. Also finished with a double and 3 RBI. Cespedes starting to pick it up a little bit as well offensively. Roll toward third, flattens out there for Carpenter, but it's foul, and down goes Cespedes, who banged that one off his foot. And Molina had to help him up. I can't even imagine what this feels like, especially when you get it apparently on his toe.
It's not a good feeling. That much is for sure.
Kevin Rand out of the dugout, the head athletic trainer for the Tigers, to make sure Cespedes is okay, but he's just trying to get feeling back in his left foot right now. See Brad, hang with him.
Yep. Gave him a little pat on the backside. Go get him.
Tigers lead 1-0 on the Cabrera home run. Yes, number 400. If you tune in a little bit late, you missed the milestone homer to straightaway center field. One ball, one strike on Cespedes. Try that one foul, back out of play, and the count goes 1-2. Such an effortless swing from Miguel Cabrera.
For a guy that stands 6 feet 5 inches and he weighs 250 pounds, it's amazing just how fluid and how consistent his swing always is. Usually guys that big, you see him off balance every now and then, but not Miguel Cabrera.
Tyler Lyons retired the first 2 batters in this ball game, and Miggy took him deep to center. J.D. Martinez an infield hit. Lyons is 27 years old, a native of Lubbock, Texas, big football country in West Texas. Cespedes swings and strikes out. That'll end the inning. Big news today, though, is Miguel Cabrera. Very little suspense. He took care of it in his first at bat. Straightaway center field. Number 400 in the rain. 1-0 Detroit.
Probably the greatest pure right-handed hitter that we have in the game.
You just can't dream of what this guy can do at the plate.
He's probably the greatest hitter of our generations.
He hits everything I throw.
You can't really dream what Miguel Cabrera can do at the plate, but we've seen it night after night after night, and today, number 400 for Mr. Cabrera. As the rain again begins to pick up here in St. Louis, coming down pretty good now. Cabrera 400. Duke Snider is next on the list at 407.
And the umpires are going to have to consider maybe shutting this one down.
It is really raining pretty good right now, and it's supposed to do this most of the afternoon. David Price goes to work and delivers outside to Randall Grichuk, who leads it off. Grichuk 2 out of 10 this year, just came off the disabled list. Foul tip into the glove for strike one. It's really coming down now, and yep, the umpires, I think, have no choice. 2 pitches into the bottom of the first. We will have ourselves a rain delay here, and Price will have to walk off the field with his teammates. This may be one of those days, folks, where we're in and out of the wet stuff, and this tarp may be rolled out, rolled back, rolled out, rolled back quite a few times today.
Yeah, pack a lunch. It appears that it's going to be one of those kinds of days.
The grounds crew, I promise you this, will earn its pay today as they wheel out the tarp and cover the field here at Busch Stadium. We were able to dodge the rain last night after it poured yesterday, but no such luck here this afternoon. So the Tigers with a 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the first will have to wait out what has become a pretty good downpour right now here at Busch.
I'm surprised that Miguel Cabrera is not out there helping the grounds crew put that tarp on.
Yeah, we need this to be an official game for number 400 to stand. And right now the plan is get the field covered because it is getting soaked very quickly here. And there will be a delay in this afternoon's ball game here at Busch Stadium. Checking out the forecast before the game today, and it said that we should be okay, just maybe some light rain and some drizzle, but guess what? It's coming down pretty good. And so the field has been covered in pretty good time. Fans running for cover. And we'll step aside, so we'll keep an eye on the weather here at Busch Stadium. Tigers lead right now at the bottom of the first, 1-0, waiting on the rain in St. Louis. Major league home run, and doing it in his first at bat against the lefty Tyler Lyons. Right now we have a moment to check in with Mickey York. Mick.
Hey, Mario. Well, I've spent the better part of the rain delay trying to track down the guy that was able to get his hands on that Miguel Cabrera 400th home run ball. He jumped into that no trespassing area out there, the grassy knoll, and that's a no-no. It's a result in an automatic ejection for most fans. Turns out he was a Tiger fan. They said, "Why did you do that? You know, you're not supposed to." He goes, "I couldn't help myself. You know, I knew it was 400. Well, they said he was cool. He handled himself well, and you're supposed to be escorted out of the ballpark. I guess they relocated him. I spoke with park security, park operations, all the ushers in the area, trying to track this guy down, and was unsuccessful in finding him. But apparently, the baseball has been procured by Major League Baseball. They'll get that into the hands of Miggy, and who knows where it goes from there. So the guy is somewhere in the ballpark, but he does not have the baseball.
Now, by relocation, do you mean a new state, or do we know?
I think it's like the witness protection program. We will never see or hear from that guy again. He's somewhere in the ballpark. I don't know where he was. I was out there dodging the raindrops trying to find the guy, and to no avail.
All right, Mick, we appreciate it. Thanks very much. Well, the Tigers getting a 1-0 lead for David Price, who threw a couple of pitches, then had a lead when the tarp came on the field. And David Price today presented by Family Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
And David Price making his first start since May 8th when he left that contest, tweaking his right hamstring. He checks in with 3 wins, 1 loss, a .330 earned run average, 33 strikeouts, 10 walks this year. Strikeouts a little bit down this year for the Tigers' talented left-hander.
And so Price will go to work against Randall Grichuk. He will assume a 1-1 count that he had before the tarp came on the field. Tigers lead 1-0 as we resume this one here in St. Louis today after a long rain delay. And it's swung on and missed by Grichuk. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
And good changeup there thrown by David Price, fading away from Grichuk.
1 hour 20 minutes officially on our rain delay today. Grichuk waiting on a 1-2. Here it is. And Price missed outside.
And typically 1 hour is the deadline before you bring back your starting pitcher after a rain delay. But David Price only threw a couple of pitches, so he's good to go.
This is the first time Grichuk has ever led off in a ball game, and he skies this one in the air to center. It's routine for Rajay Davis. That is the first out of the inning. Rest of the St. Louis lineup here today presented by the Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. You saw Grichuk. He's followed by Carpenter and Holiday. Johnny Peralta, 26 homers since the start of 2014. He's been one of the best shortstops. Reynolds at first. Molina will catch, and Wong, Borges, and Lyons your bottom 3 today for Mike Matheny. So with 1 out, here's Matt Carpenter.
And David Price making his first ever start right here in Busch Stadium.
Carpenter batting .328 in the ball game last night, 2 out of 4. And he looks at strike 1.
And typically left-handers don't bother Carpenter either. Good numbers against lefties and good numbers against right-handers.
Well, he's had another solid start to this season. 6 homers this year. He's knocked in 23. Price missing high and inside, off speed, 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, here you go. I mean, he has been really consistent from both sides. Obviously, more power from the left side.
And 1 homer against the left-hander. That came just a couple of days ago against their former teammate of his, Mark Shevchinski.
Swing and a miss. 1-2 the count on Matt Carpenter. Doubled in the ball game last night. It was just a couple of years ago that he led the National League in doubles with 33, or 55 I should say, in 2013. 55 doubles.
Broke a Cardinals record as well, surpassing Stan Musial. The old record was 53.
You surpass Stan Musial in anything, and that's pretty good.
Yes, indeed.
1-2 on Carpenter.
They say he's was a lot like Al Kaline, just a tremendous pro. Very unassuming, very humble, yet tremendous player.
Quiet, stoic on the field.
Standing man.
Numbers spoke for themselves. Here's the 1-2. Inside, 2 balls, 2 strikes on Carpenter. Now David ready with the 2-2 pitch. And here it is. Drill to right field. Ball is hit well. That one has a chance, and it's gone. Home run for Matt Carpenter. He has hit another off the lefty. This time it's David Price. 1-1 ball game.
He's just a good player. That looked like it was a changeup that faded down in and into the happy zone of Carpenter, and he turned on it, hit it right out of the ballpark.
Pretty effortless swing right there for Carpenter.
It's the first home run this year that David Price has allowed to a left-handed batter.
7th of the year for Carpenter, which leads the Cardinals. Here is Matt Holliday. He looks at a strike 0-1. Of course, David had this start pushed back a couple of days after tweaking his hamstring in his last start against the Royals, stepping on a bat, covering home plate. Holliday batting .330. 1 ball and 1 strike. Base hit last night for Holliday, which means he's reached base in 33 straight games to start this year. Price with a big deep breath. 2-1.
Pretty good look right there. Those fans got some really good seats.
Really good shot. It's usually where Rod Allen hangs out, right there.
I wish.
Row 1.
That is a good seat.
The Carpenter home run, distance 318 feet, right down the right field line. 3 balls and 1 strike. Price came out through 2 pitches to Grichuk. The rain started falling. The tarp came out, and 1 hour and 20 minutes later, David retakes the mound and is stung by the home run from Matt Carpenter. Here's the 3-1. It'll get foul back out of play. Full count now on Matt Holliday. Back in the month of April, began the season with a 12-game hitting streak. He's had a really good career. He's been an All-Star 6 times. And he lost it.
Let's take a look at the Tigers starting defensive alignment. Cespedes, Davis, Martinez in the outfield. Iglesias, Kinsler up the middle in the infield. Castellanos and Miggy on the corners. And 1 error last night. 133 games in center field. Rajay Davis, boy, he gets it done wherever you put him. And that defense sponsored by Bill Fox.
Here's Johnny Peralta, the former Tigers shortstop, batting cleanup these days in St. Louis. Johnny at 298. Swings right through it, 0-1. Here's the Sam Bernstein pitcher batter matchup, and the advantage belongs to David Price between these two. Johnny Peralta is 0 for 13 with a couple of walks against him.
A good breaking ball, good changeup at the bottom of the strike zone. Could get that ground ball for David, what she's looking for to get him out of this inning.
Fouled off the mask. No balls, 2 strikes on Johnny Peralta.
Back-to-back 94 miles per hour fastball thrown at Peralta, and he was a little tardy on both of them.
Johnny's only hit last night was a home run, and that would have, or was, his 5th of the season, giving him 18 RBIs on the year. Average flirting around 300. Price's last start against the Royals on May 8th, he went 6 1/3, but gave up 13 hits, which was a career high. The most he'd ever allowed in one start. He gave up 4 earned runs, didn't walk anybody in that game. He has Holiday at first, a run in on the home run by Carpenter, 1-1 ball game. Two balls, 2 strikes on Peralta. I wonder how much the stop and start has affected David Price here today. Of course, the routine is something every pitcher depends on days in which they start, and that routine was interrupted today. And he misses way outside, 3-2.
It's a tough decision here for Mike Matheny, the manager of the St. Louis Cardinals. Might be too risky to start Holiday from first base with Johnny Peralta in the batter's box and the lack of success that Peralta's had against Price.
Here's the 3-2. Runner is going. It's ball 4. Back-to-back walks for David Price. He had not allowed a walk in his last 2 starts.
And back on May 8th, a freak accident here, a little injury. And for David Price, Alan Porter was the home plate umpire, and David was going back to back up home plate on the base hit. Porter picked the bat up, threw it right behind home plate. David Price did not see where the bat was, tripped right over it, and tweaked his right hamstring. Threw a couple of warm-up pitches and had to leave that game. Saw the home plate umpire Alan Porter out there telling David Price that he was sorry.
Well, Price trying to pitch out of a jam here. He's got a couple of walks. He's already allowed a home run, also trying to keep his cleats dirt free, which will be a challenge today. It's been raining most of the morning, and of course the 1 hour and 20-minute delay after the start of today's game. Here's Mark Reynolds, who is 8 for 31 career against Price, but he has 3 homers. Strike 1 called on Reynolds. 1 for 5 in last night's ball game. This is the 6th different big league team for Reynolds. High strikeout, high homer guy. Now the 0-1. Reynolds, in fact, has struck out over 200 times 3 separate seasons in his career. And he's led the league a few times as well, 4 times in strikeouts. But he can get you a couple of runs quickly with 1 swing of the bat. Swing and a miss. Down he goes. 96 from Price. 2 outs.
It's the one area where you want to pitch Reynolds. He does have a lot of power in his bat, but does not catch up to mid-90s fastballs above the belt buckle.
And we're going to be out of here, Molina. Who checks in at 278. Molina was 1 for 3. Also picked up a walk in last night's game.
No homers yet this year for Molina, but he does very nice work in these particular situations. Runners in scoring position. He's been at his best this season.
When they announced the starting lineups before the game here in the ballpark, Molina's name usually gets the loudest cheer.
Yeah, they love him here.
A very accomplished big league catcher. And a photo opportunity for those in row 1. Here's Price's 0-1 pitch. Way outside. 1 ball and 1 strike.
A lot of David's fastballs so far here this afternoon are tailing up and away from the right-handed batter.
That'll get fouled back out of play, and the count now 1-2 on Molina.
Usually David Price gives you a steady diet of fastballs with 2 strikes. That's his best pitch. That's the pitch that he can command the best. And if you're a hitter, you better be looking for it because he will give you a lot of them.
This will be the 30th pitch of this inning for Price. Cardinals got it rolling with the Matt Carpenter homer, then a couple of walks. Into shallow right field, and Martinez will run it down. That'll end the threat. They will settle for 1 run. They do it on the 1 hit, the home run by Carpenter. 1 inning in the books here at Busch Stadium in St. Louis, and all tied at 1. Miguel Cabrera, if you missed it earlier today before the rain delay, hit his 400th career home run. And of course, Miggy, his first against Al Levine. And number 100. There it is on August the 23rd of 06. And that one was hit against Chris Schroeder of the Nationals. A youthful looking Miggy.
Yeah, he was.
And really in many ways still is.
Still has a lot of fun playing the game. And how could you not have fun when you're as good as he is?
Certainly comes easy to him, the game of baseball.
He sure makes the hitting coaches look good, doesn't he?
There's Wally Joyner.
Just stay away from him. Don't mess with him. Don't talk to him. You don't have to.
Just go ahead and do your thing. Well, how about in Major League history, Triple Crown winners and multiple MVPs and 400 home runs. Here's the list of guys that have done that.
Wow. How about the names on that graphic? Jimmy Fox, Lou Gehrig, Mickey Mantle, Frank Robinson, and Ted Williams. Wow.
Some pretty hideous stuff right there. And when you talk about the history of Major League Baseball, and those 6 right there, as good as it gets, and Miguel Cabrera certainly on his way to the Hall of Fame. It was Cabrera that homered with 2 out, nobody on in the first inning. Rain was starting to fall, and Lyons served up number 400. He'll go back to work now here in the top of the second. It'll be Castellanos, McCann, and Iglesias facing the Cardinals lefty. Nick batting .240 with 3 home runs. He had a hit in last night's ball game, 1 for 4. And he pulls this one to left field. Leadoff single here in the second.
Yeah, fastball right down the middle, thrown by Lyons at 89 miles an hour. He's not going to fool many Tigers here today with that pitch.
That'll be the third Tigers hit of this ball game so far, and that'll bring up the catcher James McCann.
Lyons got off to an outstanding start to his big league career last year. In his first 2 major league starts, won both of those games, going 7+ innings, allowing 1 run or less, 4 hits or less, and 1 walk or less. He is the first player in major league history to do that.
0-1 on McCann. Well, he had good numbers this year down in AAA. Made 4 starts, an ERA of under 3, so he gets the opportunity to replace Adam Wainwright in the rotation. Not a guy that is easily replaceable, obviously. And that's fouled back out of play. The count is 0-2. Here are the minor league numbers for Lyons. In 35 minor league starts, this is since the start of 13.
Pretty good.
Yeah, 17 wins. AA and AAA the last couple of years. The 0-2. Try to hold up McCann with an awkward swing. 1 gone. Second strikeout for Lyons. Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in today's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Here's Iglesias. 2 more hits last night for Jose. Average up to 357. With the pitcher batting here in the National League ballpark, Iglesias bumped up to the 8th spot in the Detroit lineup. Mentioned Lyons out of Lubbock, Texas. He is 27 years of age. Pretty good high school football player. Was an all-state quarterback in high school just outside of Lubbock. Strike call. .64", 200-pounder. That'll get back out of play. 0-2 now on Iglesias, who has just absolutely torched left-handed pitching this year. .464, which is the best in baseball. It's been a really good start to 2015 for Jose. Modest lead there by Castellanos. Just looking up some of the numbers on Iglesias and comparing them with other shortstops in the major leagues. He leads all major league shortstops in batting average, also on base percentage. He is even homered this year, which obviously is not a big part of his game. Bouncing ball third base side, sprawling stop there. Carpenter will get 1 at second base on a nifty play by Matt Carpenter.
It's a nice job by Carpenter getting the out at second base. He would not have been able to get Iglesias at first base, but with Castellanos running from first, he alertly gets to his feet and throws the strike over to Wong, who stretched out for it like he was a first baseman. Carpenter just continues to impress me with the way that he plays the game of baseball. He's a good baseball player.
And good two-way player. Well, here is David Price, who has not had a whole lot of success as a hitter in his career. His last hit was back in 2010. He is 2 for 28 lifetime. In there for strike 1. Price had 4 at bats last year, was 0 for 4. Right down the middle of the plate. 0-2 on David. Got him. Strike three. Caught him looking. Price may not have agreed, but in the end, doesn't matter. Down he goes on strikes. Third strikeout of the game for the lefty Lion. Musial had a terrific career, spent 22 years in the major leagues, had a lifetime average of .331, and you talk about guys that could do it on the field. Stan the Man Musial.
And he could do it on both sides of the ball. One of the greatest players of our pastime.
Immortalized on the wall here. Well, they've got a lot of Cardinals through the years that have been great players. And of course, the great Jack Buck. Great announcer here in St. Louis also. Hey, the clock is ticking. From now until midnight tomorrow, you can get mezzanine tickets for just $17. See the Tigers play the Brewers May 18th through the 20th. The offer is available exclusively at tigers.com/diamond deals. Enter the coupon code Tigers. All right, David Price back to the hill as we go to the bottom of the second. Each ball club with a home run in this game. Colton Wong leads it off against Price. Bottom three, Wong, Borges, and then Tyler Lyons. Colton batting a robust .320. Was hit by a pitch last night, finishing 1 for 3, and he rips this one right to the second baseman, Kinsler. One away. Here's Peter Borges, who was leading off in yesterday's game, but he is down to 8 in the ball game today.
Yeah, 1 for 11 in his career against David Price might be the reason why Mike Matheny elected not to lead him off today.
Borges has a lot of speed, but unless he's on base, it doesn't matter, and he's 0 for his last 13. Former Angel. Price pumps in another strike, 0-2. Borges had that one really good year with the Angels, double-digit homers, double-digit triples. But injuries have been a real big part of his last couple of years. He's battled hamstring problems, wrist problems, had hip surgery last year. Here's the 1-2. Borges takes high, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And David overthrew that last fastball. McCann wanted it inside, and because he kind of rushed his delivery, his arm kind of lagged behind. Therefore, that fastball kind of tailed right back over the heart of the plate.
High fly ball to left field. That one's hit well. Cespedes back. And that one is out of here. It is gone. A home run for Peter Borges. The second home run of the day for the Cardinals.
That is already the 7th home run hit in the series.
First of the year for Borges.
Little breaking ball, cut fastball, changeup that was down and into Peter Borges, and he just turned on it.
That is the first home run for Borges since August 10th of 2014. And the Cardinals have just taken their first lead of this series. Here's Tyler Lyons. Ball 1 to Lyons.
David Price did a nice job of getting ahead of Peter Borges. No balls and 2 strikes with 2 good fastballs, but too much plate with that changeup at 87 miles an hour.
Here's the 1-0. Lyons 0 for 3 this year. He saw his career numbers, just a couple of hits. Backs out of a pitch inside, and the count goes to 2-1. Homers for Carpenter and Borges today for the Cardinals, and of course Cabrera's 400th. Back in the first inning for Detroit. Strike call. 2-2 on Tyler Lyons. Well, he had himself a rip there and got a piece of it. Tigers with their win last night, now 22-14. Cardinals 24-11, still with a 4-game lead in their division. Got him, strike 3 in the outer edge. Price has his second strikeout. Tigers still trailing KC, who pummeled the Yankees last night.
Yeah, they beat the Yankees last night 12-1. That offense in Kansas City just continues to roll. Moustakas had 4 hits in that game last night. He was a home run away from the cycle.
You know, you say all you want about Kane and Hosmer. Those are 2 really good players, but I think the emergence now of Moustakas makes them really deep.
It's really linked in their lineup for sure.
Here is Randall Grichuk. He'll shoot that one into shallow right field. A drop base hit. 2-out single for Grichuk. Cardinals have their 3rd hit. Here's Carpenter, who homered back in the first inning. His team high 7th home run. Oh, 0-1 on Matt Carpenter. Tigers in interleague play against these Cardinals have really had a lot of success. They've won 20 of the 30 games between these 2 squads since the start of interleague play. That includes last night's victory. Strike called, and it's 0-2. Dare I say the sun is trying to peek through the clouds?
That's exactly what it looks like.
It's been an ugly gray day here in St. Louis, but finally some sunshine. Clouds starting to break up. Oh, 2 is swung on and missed, and Price calmed him up that time. Third strikeout of the game for David Price. Tigers baseball presented by Bell Tire. This was number 200 against Michael Wirtz.
Opposite field home run against Michael Wirtz at the Coliseum in Oakland, California.
So the rest of these home runs now that we're going to show you will be featuring a Tigers uniform for Cabrera. Number 400 coming today. That got the Tigers out to a quick lead. Then the rains came. We had an hour and 20-minute rain delay, but it's a beautiful afternoon right now in St. Louis. And the Cardinals have taken a 2-1 lead. Tyler Lyons goes back to the hill, and he will face the top of the Detroit lineup. It'll be Davis, Kinsler, and Cabrera. Rajay bounced right back to the mound to start the ball game. He's 0 for 1. Making just his second start for the Tigers in the last 8 games. Anthony Gose has been red hot. Rajay getting a start here this afternoon.
And Rajay took a peek down at Carpenter, the third baseman. I wonder if he's considering maybe bunting in that direction.
Or driving one to the gap in right center. That's even better up against the wall. Davis thinking 3. Here he comes. Throw to third is not in time. Triple for Rajay.
Rajay and Anthony Gose, they both just have another gear. Once they get around first base and they're looking to get a triple, which would be the third one of the season for Rajay Davis. It looks like he takes a little breaking ball at the bottom of the zone and flips it the opposite way off the warning track. And once he gets to first, he knows he's got 3. He takes a look, and he doesn't even find his third base coach, Dave Clark. He knows he can make it by himself.
For the Tigers as a team now, that is their 14th triple, which is good for the league lead along with Kansas City. Infield coming in now as Kinsler looks at a strike.
And it really doesn't matter whether it's Gose or Davis leading off. They've been outstanding, both of them this year.
Davis represents the tying run, leadoff triple here in the third. Tigers now have 4 hits Hammered down the left field line. That's going to tie the game. Fair ball to the corner it goes. Extra bases for Kinsler, and Ian is in there with a 2-base hit.
Last couple of games, Tigers offense has been absolutely lethal. They had 20 hits a couple of days ago at Comerica Park before they left, and they had a boatload of hits in last night's game. It's another off-speed pitch right over the heart of the plate at 84, ripped to the pull field down the left field line by Ian Kinsler.
Back-to-back extra base hits for the Tigers. It is a 2-2 ball game. 19 driven in now for Kinsler. And Miguel Cabrera takes outside 1-0. And the Tigers had 23 runs on 37 hits the last 2 days. And they had picked up where they had left off. Miggy with a home run in his first at bat of the game.
It's a bad matchup right here for Tyler Lyons. I mean, he really doesn't have enough stuff to get Miguel out over the plate. And those first 2 fastballs, it looked like he wants nothing to do with Miggy. I can't say that I blame him, though.
Yeah, there really aren't too many good matchups against Cabrera. There's a strike in the outer edge, 2-1. Homer number 10 for Miguel back in the first inning, his 29th RBI.
And 9 of Miguel's 10 home runs this year have come in day games.
Yeah, Brad was asked about that yesterday, the difference between night and day for Cabrera. The day numbers are just out of this world, where the night numbers really aren't nearly as close. And Brad said, well, it's just an anomaly. I think you have to look at his career numbers to have a more accurate picture. But it is kind of fascinating the way he's just hammered pitching in day games this year.
Well, he's hitting nearly 500 during the sunlight.
Here you go. Here are the splits. 194 entering today. 471. Slow roller back up the middle. Wong throws him out. Advance the runner.
Miggy did his job.
Well, as far as Venezuela is concerned, here are the top home run hitters from that country. And now Cabrera stands alone right above Galarraga and former Tiger Maglio Ordonez. Big Cat hit .399 in his career. Infield in now with 1 out and a ball high to J.D. Martinez, who singled in his first at bat. Ball, 1 strike.
And J.D. Martinez connected for a home run in last night's game as well. High, majestic shot down the left field line that snuck right inside the foul pole.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. When you think back to the at-bats, Rod, that J.D. had when he was 0 for 25 in that terrible skid, compared to some of the at-bats he's putting together now, what are some of the differences you see?
Well, he's trusting his hands a lot more. He's got much better balance. He's not jumping at the baseball as he was when he was in that 0 for 25 slide. J.D. was swinging at some pitches that were bouncing in front of home plate in that 0 for 25 slide, along with 16 strikeouts. But it appears that he's back on track now.
Here are some of the numbers in his last 6 games compared to the previous 7. And he lost it, ball 4. J.D. on for the 2nd time in this game. That is the first walk allowed by Lyons. Here's Yoenis Cespedes. Yoenis struck out, ending the first inning.
Cespedes has been very good in these situations this year. Runner on third, less than 2 outs, and he has been successful 5 out of 7 times. And you can see the major league average is 52%, so he's well above that.
Yoenis last year knocked in 100 runs. And he's on his way to doing the same again here this year for the Tigers.
He also is a free agent after this year, so he'll get a chance to pick wherever he wants to play in 2016.
Line drive, base hit, left field. That'll score a run. Martinez will go to second and stop there. It's an RBI single for Cespedes.
And Tigers have way too many good hitters in their starting lineup here today for Lions to have a lot of success against them. Here's a little breaking ball that is right over the plate, and just really good patience by Cespedes. He stays back on it, and he catches it out in front and hits an absolute frozen rope into the pull field.
And Yoenis has just picked up his 23rd RBI of the year. So the Tigers, after falling behind, answer with a 2 spot, and they lead 3-2. Derek Lilliquist out for a brief chat with Lions. Offense just keeps rolling. 4 players had 3 or more hits in back-to-back games. That last game against Minnie on the homestand, and of course last night. And that hasn't happened since 2004 by the Oakland Athletics. In fact, the last time the Tigers did that, it was 1936. Ooh. So this is really the type of offense we expected, and certainly the offense closer to the one that was performing in April. Went through a bit of a lull in early May. Castellanos fouls it back out of play. 1-1. Nick trying to find some consistency. A single back in the second. He's hit safely now at 5 in a row. You see the flashes. You see him hit the ball hard the other way, out of the ballpark the other way. And we saw last year as a rookie his ability to use all fields. And really coming into spring camp, Rod, I took one look at him physically and thought, man, this could be a monster year for Castellanos.
Yeah, he packed on a few pounds in the offseason, about 20 to be exact. And really worked on his upper body strength. And when you add the fact that he has tremendous hand-eye coordination, you would equate that to a jump in home runs.
There's one driven hard the other way, but it's straight at the right fielder, Grichuk. Runner will tag at second. Martinez will get to third base, and that'll put runners at the corners now with 2 outs. There's James McCann. He was one of the Tigers with 3 hits last night. McCann was 3 out of 4.
Quietly, McCann is having a really nice start to his 2015 campaign.
Yeah, I agree, and certainly the opportunity to play every day is one that he is seizing right now with Avila on the disabled list. Back in 2011, the Tigers did not have a first-round pick. Their first selection came in the second round of that draft, and it was James McCann. Played his college ball at Arkansas. In fact, was a battery mate to Drew Smiley at Arkansas.
Tough news out of Tampa on Drew Smiley. I think he's going to have to undergo a season-ending shoulder surgery.
Yeah, it is bad news, and obviously we wish Drew well. Got to know him very well in his days with the Tigers. Here's the 2-0. Swing and a miss. Two and 1 on McCann. There's Iglesias waiting on deck. Tigers have put together a 2-run inning here in the third. Looking for more. They need a 2-out hit. Outside, 3-1. Tigers will get Lance Lynn tomorrow, but a bit of a break. They miss Michael Wacha. And of course, Wainwright is on the disabled list. Here's the 3-1 pitch. He lost him, ball 4. So that's going to load the bases for Iglesias.
And Mario mentioned that Tyler Lyons is in the rotation because of this injury right here to Adam Wainwright. He popped up, and when he tried to leave the batter's box on April 25th, he popped his Achilles tendon. He's going to be out for the season.
What a huge loss that is. I mean, that is an ace that is done for the year.
They say that that is a very painful injury.
Wainwright, a 20-game winner last year. He's won 20 games a couple of times.
These Cardinals just keep rolling, though. Wainwright didn't pitch all that much last year for the Cardinals, and they went to the postseason for the 3rd consecutive year under their manager, Mike Matheny.
Look at Lance Lynn tomorrow. There's a ball high and away. 1 ball, 1 strike on Iglesias. A chance to find some breathing room for the Tigers. One and 2.
And Lyons has already thrown 61 pitches.
That doesn't shock you, though, does it?
And we are in the 3rd inning. No, he's not pitching to contact. He only throwing about 87 to 88 miles an hour. And the Tigers have an offensive team that really is second to none. As far as I'm concerned, they have an outstanding offensive team, 1 through 9. He's not throwing the ball over the plate with a lot of conviction.
This is also a Tigers team in the series without Victor Martinez in the starting lineup. Struggling or not, Martinez certainly a presence. No place to put Jose Iglesias. Three-two Tigers in the 3rd. David Price on deck. That's in the air to center field. Peter Borges center it, and that is that for Detroit. However, they send 8 men to the plate, regain the lead here in the 3rd inning. Rajay Davis got it started with a triple. Kinsler doubled him in. Cespedes later in the inning with an RBI single. Lewis, and earlier today, Brad Ausmus gave us an update on Shane Green.
He went to get a picture taken of it, and we're waiting to hear back, so we don't know. And he does feel better. I talked to him this morning. He doesn't feel any tingling. He doesn't feel any pain or anything, so that was a good sign. He was actually working out when I saw him, which is also a good sign, but we don't know anything definitive yet.
Well, that is really good news for Green because he left the ball game, after 5 innings yesterday?
Right, and he was pitching some pretty good baseball. Went to go get an MRI this morning. And there were some whispers coming out of the Tigers clubhouse last night.
Slow bouncing ball to second. Kinsler off to his left. One gone.
That they thought that maybe the tingling and the discomfort in the elbow occurred when he took a swing with the bat. So if that's the case, he'll be just fine.
Wait and see if Shane will make his next start. Tigers still waiting on that information as well. Here's Johnny Peralta with one out. Meanwhile, David Price has been given the lead again. He's surrendered a couple of homers in this game. Carpenter and Borges. High fly ball to right field. Circling under it, Martinez. 2 up, 2 down here in the third. Now Mark Reynolds. Reynolds struck out in the first inning. It is a 3-strikeout game so far for David Price.
Talked about this at the top of the show. David Price, his strikeout numbers are down from a season ago. He's pitching to much more contact these days. David's always been of the belief that once you step into that batter's box, he wants you either out or on base after 3 pitches. And that's one of the reasons why he's able to last so long in games, usually going 7, on many nights going 8 innings.
Last year, Price had 10 or more strikeouts in 11 different starts. This year, he has not done it once yet. Always had a 9-strikeout game.
This last pitch, it's a changeup down to Reynolds, and this is exactly where you want to locate your changeup, and that's exactly what you want the hitter to do. You want them to be fooled on the pitch and out in front and take a harmless swing, as Reynolds did there.
Another foul back at the screen as he stays alive.
But if he wants that 4th strikeout this afternoon, all he has to do is elevate the fastball just a little bit more at about 96 miles an hour, and Reynolds will swing right through it.
Reynolds hit 22 home runs last year, but he ended up with a 196 average for Milwaukee.
McCann wanted the fastball, but David didn't want the fastball.
Slow roller toward third base. Barehanding play by Castellanos. It throws him out. Nicely done, Nick. See if the Cardinals want to look at this. Mike Matheny making that decision right now. David Price and the Tigers walking off the field, and we'll see if there's going to be a challenge here. If not, it'll be the first 1-2-3 inning for Tigers pitching in this series.
Outstanding play by Castellanos, coming in barehanding that ball while it was still moving and flipping off the right foot over to Miguel Cabrera. Nice play.
No challenge. The out will stand. 3 in the books here in St. Louis. raise our expectations of what a bank can be when it's time. Come to Comerica, your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Visit ChevyDetroit.com. See why Chevy drives the Motor City. And by Wallside Windows, we can do that. We are the factory. Back here in St. Louis as we go to the top of the fourth, the statue of Lou Brock outside of Busch Stadium here. They had a lot of statues out front. Did you see them walking in?
I did not notice.
Yeah, they're all over the little concourse area, right out in front of the ballpark here.
They've had a lot of great players that have played for their squad. A lot of rich history here.
Well, here is David Price starting it off in the fourth, and a swing and a miss.
And David did not take the bat off his shoulder his first time up. And struck out on the borderline call, which was a slider down and away from him.
David looked back at that like he was surprised he made contact. 0-2. Price, Davis, Kinsler here in the Tiger fourth inning. Got him, strike three. One gone here in the fourth. Game break time. Here's Johnny Kane. All right, Johnny, thanks. Yeah, it's 3-2 right here with David Price on the hill for the Tigers. And so far, so good. Price has given up a couple of homers, but the good news is both of them solo shots. Rajai Davis had a triple and scored a run in his last at bat. He looks at a strike call there by Vic Carapazza.
And Carapazza's got a huge strike zone this afternoon.
Here's the 1-1. 1-2 on Rajai Davis. Lions with the 1-2 pitch. Got him, strike three. Rajai, right in the face of Carapazza to let him know what he thought of that call. 2 outs.
It's a breaking ball that is up and on the corner outside. Rajai thought it was up. A couple of quick words for Carapazza. Then he quickly takes a right turn toward the dugout.
Here's Kinsler with 2 outs. Ball one. Double and an RBI for Kinsler back in the third. He's got 16 multi-hit games so far this year. Another hit in this one. He'll get his 17th. There's some of the multi-hit game numbers. Carpenter, the Cardinals with 18 along with D. Gordon. He has been pretty consistent all season long, and Brad Ausmus saying he really doesn't want to take him out of the lineup. Ian didn't get his first day off last year until May 26th, and when they gave him a day off, he really kind of struggled after that. Went through a little bit of a stretch. In fact, he went 3 for his next 27 after a day off last year. Now that certainly may be coincidence. That's rolled foul down the third base line.
He didn't get another one.
No. That, sir, was not coincidence.
He didn't get another one the rest of the year.
His only day off last year was on May the 26th. Lions with the 3-2. Drilled toward left field. That ball is hooking, though. It's going to go foul. He made a bid down that left field line looking for the foul pole. Kinsler is still searching for that first home run of 2015. Cabrera waiting on deck.
And Miguel is playing like he wants to take his MVP back from Mike Trout, who won the MVP last year.
Line drive over the head of the shortstop, Johnny Peralta. Yet another multi-hit game for Kinsler.
We've already showed you career home runs number 100 and 200 by Miguel Cabrera. Here's 300. This was against Philip Humber of the Chicago White Sox back in 2012. July 22nd to be exact.
Looks like that is going to be it for the left-hander Lions. Wallside Windows pitching change. He will depart the scene. Cardinals go to the bullpen. And we'll be back.
But it started last Thursday against the Minnesota Twins, and it continued in last night's game. Then, of course, once again here tonight, going straight away center field.
I just love the sound of the ball off the bat. Miguel Cabrera. That little side step around third.
Little Iggy, the first one to meet him.
So Cabrera goes to work now with the man at first and 2 outs. Tigers up 3-2 in the fourth. And the first one misses outside from the new pitcher. It's right-hander Carlos Villanueva.
He's had some outstanding numbers this year, and if you're Mike Matheny, the manager of the St. Louis Cardinals, you had to bring him into this situation because you do not want the Tigers to score any more runs, especially with Price on the mound. And so he goes to the bullpen to bring out one of his better relievers.
1 ball, 1 strike on Cabrera. Ten homers now for Miguel.
Hitting .341. He's already driven in 29 runs, and his OPS, on base percentage, and slugging percentage combined is over 1,000.
Runner goes. Oh, what a huge jump. No throw at all. As Kinsler had about 6-7 steps before the ball came home.
Now, this is what happens when you're concentrating so heavily on the batter. You forget all about the base runner. It's our Chevrolet high-strength steel of the game. Well, Cespedes stole base last night standing up, too, didn't he? Third base.
It was third base, yeah. Villanueva now with the 1-2. Fly ball toward right. Out of play.
everything so far tonight that the catcher, Yadier Molina, has called for while Miguel has been standing in the batter's box have been either breaking balls or fastballs away from him. Saw Molina point to his head, telling Villanueva to think.
Strike 3 call.
Big strike zone today.
It'll be 6 strikeouts for Cardinals pitching. Cabrera, the latest victim. That'll be it for the Tigers. No runs and a hit. 1 man left. Here comes the bottom of the 4th. The lead over the Cardinals. They've out-hit St. Louis 7-3. David Price will go back to the hill. Ball game today was delayed by an hour and 20 minutes because of rain. It happened in the bottom of the 1st, and meanwhile Price, over 3 innings of work, has scattered 3 hits, 2 of them home runs. Both solo shots. Here come the Cardinals now. It'll be Yadier Molina. Ball 1-2 Molina. Here's our T-Mobile game changer when you look at some of the guys that have had good numbers against the Tigers over the years. Well, Holiday's on that list. Yadier's on that list. Former Cardinal Albert Pujols is on that list. Molina had 1 hit last night. Is 0 for 1 in this game. Cardinals all-time leader in hits, games played, and at-bats in the postseason. Of course, they've been in the postseason a lot. Here's the 2-0. 2-1 on Yadier Molina. There's some of the world championships and the banners hanging out in high right field, out beyond the stands. Bouncing ball, third base side for Castellanos. 1 out.
Let's get you caught up with the Comerica Bank game summary. In the first inning, Miguel Cabrera, home run number 400. Didn't take very long for the St. Louis Cardinals to get on the board. Matt Carpenter, their best offensive player, he homered. Peter Borges also homered. That was in the second inning. And then the Tigers took the lead back in the third. And base hit by Ian Kinsler, double down the left field line, and Yoenis Cespedes single with a runner on third. Less than 2 outs to drive in the third run of the afternoon for Detroit.
Big swing there by Colton Wong.
He doesn't get cheated, Colton Wong.
Lined out his first time. Came into the ballgame second on the Cardinals team in hits with 40 already this year. Another swing, fouls it back, 0-2. Wong this year already has 5 3-hit games for the Cardinals. Wide open stance. Another rip and a foul back. Price is settling it a bit now. He has retired 5 in a row. After giving up a homer in the first to Carpenter, a homer in the second to Borges. Here's the 0-2. Got him, strike 3. Wong knew it, and he is out of there.
And David Price commands the fastball as well as any left-hander in the business. That was 96 on the black. And if you're opposing batter and with 2 strikes, you need to be ready to hit the fastball because that's usually what you get from David.
Borges will stand in with 2 outs. There's a called strike. Talking about the strike zone of Vic Carapazza today, there have been 10 total strikeouts in this game. 6 of them have been looking. The 0-1 is looped back out of play.
Here's our Nissan drive of the game back in the 2nd inning. A changeup down in the happy zone to Peter Borges, who doesn't hit very many, but he connected against Price for a solo shot, hitting that ball into the Tigers bullpen.
Yeah, first of the year for Borges. Got him, strike 3. Another caught looking strikeout in this game. 5 strikeouts for Price. Cruising along now. David has retired 7 in a row. Another 1-2-3 inning. We go to the 5th. Games you can see Fox Sports Live tonight at 11 on Fox Sports 1, or you can see it simulcast right here at midnight. A few clouds starting to roll back into the area, but no rain. That's the good news. The Tigers enduring a 1-hour 20-minute rain delay today in St. Louis. But we're headed to the 5th inning now with Detroit up by a run, 3-2. Martinez, Cespedes, Castellanos to face the right-hander Villanueva. JD is single and a walk in this game, on base 2 more times. He's been on base now in 9 straight games. Villanueva with long history with the Milwaukee Brewers. before he went to Toronto, and then the Cubs, and now St. Louis. Ball high. So Villanueva has been on both sides of that Cub-Cardinal rivalry, which has been one of the best in baseball over the years. The 1-1 pitch is inside, 2-1.
And Villanueva, not a hard thrower. Top fastball, about 88 miles an hour. So usually in counts like this, 2 balls, 1 strike, he'll throw you an off-speed pitch.
Pulled on the ground to short. Peralta backhanding it. Throws from the grass, and it's picked at first by Reynolds.
And J.D. Martinez did get a really nice breaking ball to hit there. 2-1 count. It's hanging in the strike zone, but he stayed back about as long as he could, grounding that ball to Johnny Peralta. Peralta, usually very accurate with his throwing arm across the diamond, bounced that one. And a nifty pick by Shane Reynolds. Mark Reynolds.
There was a Shane Reynolds.
I know.
He used to pitch for the Astros.
Sure did.
Here's Yoenis Cespedes. Single RBI back in the third for Yoenis. And right now that remains the difference in the game. We put the Tigers up 3-2. For Yoenis, his 23rd RBI.
Against a guy like Villanueva as a hitter, he really shouldn't go up there looking to pull the baseball. And you should look more at trying to drive the ball up the middle or the other way. If he makes a mistake inside, you'll turn on it because he doesn't throw that hard.
And Villanueva quickly ahead, the 0-2. He'll drive it the other way to the right fielder, though. It's playable for Grichuk. It'll be the second out of the inning. Hey, by the way, the clock is ticking from now until midnight tomorrow. You can get mezzanine tickets for just $17 to see the Tigers take on the Brewers the 18th through the 20th. This offer is available exclusively at tigers.com/diamond deals. You enter the coupon code Tigers. Here is Nick Castellanos. Single and 2 at bats for Castellanos. Way outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Villanueva was with the Brewers from 2006 to 2010. Here's the 1-2. Tigers beat up on that bullpen last night of the Cardinals. In fact, they scored 8 runs against the Cardinals pen last night. Their ERA jumped from 1.71 to 2.30. And so much of a beating the Tigers put on them late in the game last evening. Ooh, just off the plate with the strike zone today. Your heart will skip a beat.
And back-to-back fastballs to Castellanos, one at 89 and then that one at 90. After all the breaking balls, it probably looked like it was about 100 miles an hour.
A base hit to left for Castellanos, his second hit. Another good sign. Nick's starting to heat up a little bit now. He's got a 5-game hit streak.
Got himself a pretty good pitch to hit. Hanging breaking ball up in the strike zone, and Castellanos didn't try to do too much with it.
Here's McCann. Strikeout walk for James. You know, the interesting thing about McCann to me, Rod, is that when you've got a young catcher, obviously what they tell you is learn how to deal with the pitching staff, learn how to, call a game first, worry about your offense second, but that offense has been pretty good this year.
the Tigers had a feeling that his ceiling was very high. You know, I talked to Bruce Fields a lot. He's the minor league hitting coordinator, and he said that last year McCann really came on like gangbusters and ended up having a very nice year at Toledo. He got his feet wet in the big leagues last September. And then he finds himself in the big leagues this year backing up Alex Avila to start the year.
That one should find the seats, and it does.
He provided a really nice compliment to Avila. Of course, Avila batting left-handed, McCann batting from the right side.
You know, that September call-up, obviously, when you get that 1 month in the big leagues and you just get a chance, regardless of really how much you play, that to me is invaluable.
Especially on a team like the Tigers that played so many meaningful games down the stretch.
He'll drive that one to left field, and that is going to drop in. Base hit.
And Villanueva just throws a lot of breaking balls. He's bound to hang quite a few because he gives you so many. He hung one to J.D. Martinez. He hung one to Castellanos, and he hung one to McCann.
Here is Iglesias. Two-out rally here for the Tigers. They lead by a run in the fifth. Jose reaching on a fielder's choice and flying out to center field. Strike one.
4 of the 10 runs the Tigers scored in last night's game and came after 2 were out.
Tigers in this game now have 9 hits and only 3 allowed by David Price. Lyons was relieved in the 4th inning by Villanueva. He struck out Miguel Cabrera. But he has given up back-to-back singles here with 2 outs in the 5th. Out of Santiago in the Dominican Republic, Carlos Villanueva. Way outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Tigers have 1 more here tomorrow, then they return home. Short 3-game jaunt to St. Louis. Popped him up. Villanueva calling, but he is called off by Reynolds, so that'll end the inning. No runs, 2 hits, 2 men left. Tigers baseball this afternoon is presented by Bell Tire.
Delivery of the game, David Price, 85% fastballs today, and why not? Look at the pinpoint control he has had so far this afternoon with that fastball. He's gotten all the way up to 96 miles an hour, simply overpowering a lot of the St. Louis Cardinals hitters.
Well, David on a bit of a roll right now. He's retired 7 straight, a pair of 1, 2, 3 innings. He has a 3-2 lead. Carlos Villanueva will lead it off for the Cardinals. Pitcher spot here to begin things in the bottom of the 5th. Then Randall Grichuk and Matt Carpenter. Tigers 1 in the first, 2 in the 3rd, and the Cardinals single runs in the 1st and 2nd innings. There's a strike call. 0-2 on Villanueva.
Doesn't feel like it's all that humid here this afternoon, but David Price, his jersey's absolutely soaked down there.
Ball outside.
We were talking about St. Louis last night. We caught a break weather-wise coming here the middle of May, opposed to about 30 days from now.
70 degrees at game time is much better than what, 90?
90 with 90% humidity.
But outside. 2-2 on Villanueva. Swing and a miss. Down he goes. Make it 6 strikeouts now for Price. Hey, speaking of summer, it's time to slide into summer. You can get mezzanine tickets for just $17 or lower baseline box tickets for just $28. You'll see the Tigers take on the Astros May 21st through the 24th. The Tigers offer is available exclusively at tigers.com/tickets. Enter the coupon code FSDetroit. And see what those Astros are all about, because they've been somewhat surprising this year. Somewhat may be an understatement. He came in 10 games over. Strike 1 the called on Randall Grichuk.
A lot of parity in baseball these days. And teams that you wouldn't expect to contend at the beginning of spring training are doing just that. Minnesota Twins having a good year. Houston Astros playing good baseball. Tampa Bay Rays surprisingly only a game back in the American League East of the Yankees.
Off the plate outside. Yeah, there really haven't been a lot of them. If I had to pick one, though, in the American League, I'm still going to go with the Astros as the biggest surprise.
Biggest surprise?
Yeah, for me, they've won 3 straight. Like I said, 10 games over. Slow roller towards short. Easy play for Iglesias.
And Milwaukee comes to town before the Astros do, and they're led by Ryan Braun, who has 8 home runs. And Jonathan Lucroy, they're very talented catchers on the disabled list. And then it's Keuchel and Altuve that come charging into Comerica Park for a 4-game weekend series.
I believe Keuchel's going on Wednesday, and if that is the case, he won't pitch in the Tigers series.
He pitched against the Tigers last year, so they really don't want to see Keuchel. He was outstanding in that start against the Cardinals. I think he threw like 14 ground ball outs that day.
Strike 1 on Carpenter.
And Keuchel is quite the ground ball artist.
Carpenter with a homer and a strikeout. Check swing roller toward first, right at Cabrera. He'll toss to Price covering. Easy 1-2-3 inning, 3 in a row now for Price. season long in 2015 with MLB.com at bat. It's the #1 app for live baseball. At bat is up to the moment at any moment with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcasts, StatCast, and more. Get at bats for your smartphone or your tablet. Well, most of the scoring done early in this one. Looked like it might be another slugfest for the Tigers, but they've been slowed a little bit. David Price will start things off. Tigers still have 9 hits in this contest, 3 runs on 9 hits, and 2 runs on only 3 hits for St. Louis.
Yeah, Villanueva might just be a good hitting speed for David Price with that 88-mile-per-hour fastball.
Ooh, I sense you calling a base hit here.
You know, I'm kind of feeling it.
Are you?
I'm kind of feeling it.
All right.
But he took that fastball right down the middle.
Here's the 0-1. Price 2 strikeouts in this game. David now career is 2 for 30 as a major league hitter.
Woo.
1-2.
What's your take on the designated hitter? You think it's going to go bye-bye here soon, or what?
No, I think the designated hitter is here to stay. I think that. I mean,
is it going to be added to the?
Oh, yes.
National League.
I think it probably has to. I think that, you know, I don't like different rules for both leagues. I think that it should be somewhat uniform, and I think certainly if you're going to guess which way it's going to go, there's no way the Players Association would say no to the DH and eliminate a lot of jobs. It's just a matter of when it's going to happen. I don't know how quickly it can happen. Hey, how about this? Slow roller towards short. Almost got your wish there, right?
He made contact.
1 gone. How about you? Do you think it'll happen soon?
I think it's going to happen soon. I mean, a lot of stars have started to get hurt swinging the bat. And, I mean, they're basically playing an interleague game every single day now with 15 teams in the American League, 15 teams in the National League.
Yeah, it's a pretty good point about some of these really good pitchers starting to get hurt, and obviously Wainwright is the latest example. Here's Rajai Davis. Did he go? He did not offer. Rajai tripled, scored in the 3rd. Swing and a miss. We'll say this, keeping separate stats for interleague play is almost becoming obsolete now with all the interleague play we have, really from day 1 of the season to the final day of the season. You see so many more teams in the National League. That's low. 2-1. Rajai had a few words for home plate umpire Vic Carapazza when he got called out on strikes in the 4th inning. Waiting on a 2-2 here. Bounce again. 3-2.
And Villanueva, even though the count is 3 balls and 2 strikes, he has enough confidence to throw his breaking ball here. But if you're Rajai Davis, you can't necessarily look for a fastball or a breaking ball. You're simply looking for the ball out of his hand and making whatever adjustments you need.
Davis gets a walk. Did not go on the appeal. Now it's Villanueva who's beefing.
Let's take a look at the big boys' big play of the game. Ian Kinsler with a couple more hits here today. Now 17 multi-hit games for the Detroit Tigers. Very talented second baseman. And doubled down in the left field corner, driving in Davis, and then singling over the head of Johnny Peralta his last time up. He's just awfully consistent.
$18 multi-hit games for Carpenter. Kinsler now is 17. In there is strike 0-1.
You know, Rajay loves to run, and you know he wants to challenge the very talented Yadier Molina behind the plate. But that slide step by Villanueva, it took very little time for him to get the ball into Yadi's hands. So if you're Rajay and you want to force the issue, you're probably not going to win this.
And you can really tell by the lead that Davis is getting right now that he doesn't really have a whole lot of interest in running.
He also knows that Molina with Ian Kinsler in that batter's box, if you venture too far off of that bag, he'll try to pick you off. He's going to do it.
And Villanueva, sensing the same thing, steps on.
He is not afraid of anyone.
No, he's not.
He's not.
8 of 9 this year.
When you can steal bases, when everybody in the ballpark knows you're going, you're gifted.
He's got a little bit of jogging lead right now, but he put on the brakes. That's a foul ball down the left field line.
He was so far off the base, and he was jockeying back and forth with those little stutter steps. Had Villanueva thrown over to first base, he'd have picked him off.
I don't know how many times Brad Ausmus has said that you just don't realize the effect that Davis has on the pitcher in terms of what he throws to the hitter and how he approaches the hitter with Rajay on the bases. It's a whole lot different. Bouncing ball slowly to the right side. Wong has a long way to go. Tough play. Safe with first base.
Third hit of the afternoon by Ian Kinsler, but Matheny's going to watch this one to see if indeed they did get Ian, but it looked like Ian beat it out.
I agree. I think he's safe. In fact, I don't think it's close.
Remember the other day when I was talking about Anthony Gose and where you hit the bag when you're running down the first base line? Take one more look at where Ian Kinsler hit the bag when running down the line, getting that foot on the base to secure the base hit. Take a look at the foot here. Freeze it when it gets there. I mean, that foot is right on the front of that bag, and that's exactly what you need to do to get that base hit. You touch the first part of the base that you see.
Two on now for the Tigers, only one out. 3-hit game for Kinsler. One for 3 for Cabrera. The one was the home run in the first inning, number 400.
I'm not the manager here, but I don't know if I would want Rajay and Ian Kinsler to steal here, and because they would walk Miggy. And I know Brad, he hates when they walk him. I'd love to see him hit here.
He really didn't care much last year when Victor was going as well as he was.
That's right.
I mean, he said, go ahead, walk Miggy. We still have a pretty good guy coming up. Not to take anything away from JD, who's on deck, but certainly the Victor Martinez of last year was elite. Bouncing ball, third base side. Carpenter to second one, and the relay is a double play. 5-4-3. They swing it around the infield, and we go to the bottom of the 6th in St. Louis. Tigers, presented by the Michigan Office of Highway Safety Planning. Here's what it looks like for the Tigers over the next 5 days. Alfredo Simon's going to close out the series here tomorrow against the Cardinals. We're assuming that Shane Green will be able to go on Wednesday, but that is yet to be determined. David Price's next outing scheduled to be Thursday against the Houston Astros. How about his numbers today?
He's retired the last 10 batters.
Holiday leads it off. And really, for as dominant as Price has been since the second inning, it's still only a one-run game. Tigers have not been able to tack on. They've got Holiday, Peralta, Reynolds, the middle of their lineup here. Low and away. 2 balls, no strikes. Only 3 hits surrendered by Price.
How about this number right here on Holiday? Does that surprise you, Mario? I mean, 17
yes.
hits the other way.
Very surprising. That's low, and it's 3-1.
When he first came to the big leagues, when he was playing for the Colorado Rockies, I mean, he was a dead pull hitter. Now he's pretty much adopted the theory of hitting the ball the opposite way.
By the way, your circles today have been...
That was good circle, right?
Oh, man.
My penmanship is on point this afternoon.
3-2 on Holiday.
You got a new gadget. I got some arrows, too. He waited a little while.
You're taking pride in them circles. I can't wait for you to bust out the arrows.
You know it.
With spot shadow. Peralta waiting on deck. There's a ground ball to short. Iglesias will throw out Holiday. 1 gone. 11 straight retired by Price. I got to tell you, I was a little bit antsy early in this game because Price had to wait out that rain delay. Then he gave up the 2 early home runs, and I thought maybe this might not be a good day for David.
Yeah, he had to wait out 1 hour and 20 minutes in that rain delay.
Carpenter got him with a homer. Borges got him with the homer. But 0 since then. Peralta is 0 for 1 with a walk.
To this point, Peralta has not been able to figure out David Price. He is now 0 for 14 in his career against David. Johnny, dead pull hitter. That fastball today at 95 miles an hour. David Price has thrown a lot of them.
High drive, deep left field. Cespedes will watch it sail. It's gone, and we are tied.
Second consecutive day that the former Tiger Johnny Peralta plays long ball against the Tigers. And the 3rd solo home run that David Price has given up this afternoon.
Number 6 for Peralta. It's a 3-3 game.
It's a changeup, and it's not a very good changeup. It's up, and it's out over the plate. And we told you that Peralta's a dead pull hitter. He gets out in front of it and hits it over the Tigers' bullpen.
And Price can't take that one back. Instead, it's 3-3 game, and here is Reynolds.
When you're a hitter, and you're going up against Price, and you're a right-handed batter, as Peralta is, and he's throwing you all those fastballs at 95, you're still looking for the fastball, but if he makes a mistake with that changeup as he did, you're going to catch it in front because your bat is sped up, and Johnny, of course, has got a lot of power.
Cardinals really have been relying on the long ball quite a bit since the 8th inning on Tuesday against Cleveland. All of their runs have been because of homers. And has popped up foul into the seats. 1-2 on Reynolds, who is also a guy that can hit the ball out of the ballpark.
Yeah, David just has to get that fastball up in the mid-90s to Reynolds. And that's the area where Reynolds doesn't handle the baseball very well.
Cardinals have only 4 hits, 3 of them homers. Way outside.
Here's our high-speed pitch, and it is brought to you by Xfinity. And top fastball this afternoon thrown by David Price, 96 miles an hour, 78. And that would be his curveball.
Swing and a miss. 2 gone, another strikeout for Price. Game break time. Here's Johnny Kane. All right, Johnny, thanks. How about those Twins, man? They're 21-16 now.
5 games over. They're not going anywhere.
There's a swing and a miss by Molina.
And they were picked to finish dead last in the division by just about every expert out there.
Well, they didn't look good the first 3 games of the year against the Tigers. There's a line drive to right, base hit. Molina goes the other way. His first hit of the afternoon. And only the 5th for the Cardinals. Estimated distance on the home run.
It went pretty far.
426. That would qualify as pretty far. There's Colton Wong. Strike called on Wong. Go ahead run is out now for the Cardinals on the single by Molina. Cardinals briefly had a lead back in the second on the Borges homer, 2-1. Their only lead of the series so far. The big hack by Wong, and the count is 0-2. Action in the bullpen. Belial warming up the right-hander. Bullpen for the Cardinals today, at least to this point, has done a nice job. They've kept the Tigers at 3 since Lyons departed. And no longer can Lyons lose this game now. He's been taken off the hook. Swing and a miss. Colton Wong leaves the strike zone, and another strikeout for Price. David has 8 of them now. Tie ball game. As we go to the 7th, J.D. Martinez will start things off for the Tigers. It is 3-3. Tigers have left 9 on base in this game, only 4 for the Cardinals. That's because they haven't had too many base runners against David Price. The home run by Johnny Peralta has tied this game. So we'll see if the Tigers can untie it here in the 7th. They'll have Martinez, Cespedes, Castellanos.
And you have to give Villanueva a lot of credit. He has come in relief of Tyler Lyons and kind of slowed the Tigers down the last 3 innings.
Lyons departed in the 4th. Villanueva came on, struck out Cabrera with a couple of men on. And has thrown up 0 since. Actually, only 1 man on. Kinsler had stolen a base to get to second, but Villanueva shut down that inning. Here's the 1-0 to JD. Breaking ball bends away. The count goes 2-0. Martinez infield single, walk and a ground out, on base 2 more times here this afternoon. Hitting streak is at 7 consecutive games. 2-1 pitch is skied in the air to left field. Hit pretty good. Holiday going back, edge of the track, right in front of the wall to make the catch.
And JD just missed that one. Right off the label. Yeah, didn't get it on the sweet part of the bat.
Here is Cespedes. Two 2/3 of scoreless baseball now for Villanueva. Yoenis looks at strike 1. Single to drive in a run back in the 3rd, which gave at the time the Tigers a 3-2 lead. Here's the 0-1. Bouncing ball, 3rd base side, scooped up there by Carpenter. And he's safe at first base. Boy, Cespedes gets down the line so quick, and now Mike Matheny wants to look at him.
Cespedes has really good speed running down the line, but the one thing that helped him out on this particular base hit is the fact that when he swung at the breaking ball, it was away from him, so he pretty much already had his momentum started down the line that helped him in getting a base hit. He's safe.
Yeah, they'll probably decline the challenge here, and they will. Here's Castellanos, infield single for Cespedes. 2nd hit today for Yoenis. The Tigers have 11 hits.
Cespedes, you have to be ready to advance on a ball that bounces in the dirt. Villanueva's thrown so many breaking balls, he's bound to bounce one up there with Castellanos standing in the batter's box, so you need to be ready to advance to second base.
Two more hits today for Nick, 2 out of 3.
Tigers had 20 hits a couple of days ago, 17 last night, 11 more today.
We'll get back into the seats down the right field line. Tigers team average has certainly been helped out by the last 3 days. Angel Nesbitt heating up in the Detroit bullpen. Tigers came into this game batting .282 as a ball club. Only Kansas City had a higher team batting average at .291.
Kansas City still up there.
They are not fading. One on Castellanos. The outer edge. Nick doesn't like that one. He's got a crooked look for Carapazza. Safe to say the teams or hitters on both teams have had some disagreements.
His strike zone today has it's been humongous.
Not just big, but humongous.
Humongous today.
Here's the 1-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. James McCann waiting on deck. 3-3 game. Cardinals tied it up with a home run by Peralta in the bottom of the 6th. Swing and a miss. Down goes Nick. 2 gone. Seven strikeouts for Cardinals pitching. So it'll be up to James McCann, who's been on base twice in this game, single and a walk. He's averaged at a solid .288 now. 6 RBIs. McCann looks at a strike. You could just tell by the body language all day long. Nick Carapazza, to his credit, has pretty much just stood there and said, yep, that's a strike. That's the way I called it. The 0-1 runner bluffs, and Molina able to stop it.
There's that breaking ball that's down that Cespedes wasn't ready to advance on, and the reason why he wasn't ready to advance is because he took a couple of hard steps towards second base and then he shut it down. Here's that breaking ball down. If you're anticipating, there's a pretty good chance that you could make it to second base.
Which can be paramount here late in a ball game in a 3-3 tie. Tigers trying to take the lead here. Villanueva facing the bottom of the Tigers lineup. Finally, Carapazza goes out there to the mound, break up the confab.
He's been pitching well. He must have just been trying to buy a little time for whoever is now warming up in that bullpen.
One ball, 1 strike on James McCann. Two and 1. So Villanueva's come out of the bullpen. He's thrown 58. After taking over for Tyler Lyons in the 4th inning. McCann pops it up behind the plate, back out of play. Level the count now at 2-2. Tigers got 1 in the 1st on the Cabrera home run. They got 2 more in the 3rd. RBI double by Kinsler. RBI single by Cespedes. 3 solo shots for the Cardinals. Runner going. It's a ball high. Throw to second. Tag. Got it. Cespedes is cut down by one of the best in the business, Yadier Molina. And it appears it will stand. So the Tigers will not challenge. Molina cuts down Cespedes on a bullet to second base. Hit the Cardinals 11-5. They've left 9 men on base, though. Although Yadier Molina threw out Cespedes trying to steal, which ended the top of the 7th. Here comes David Price back to the hill. Peter Borges leads it off. He got him for a home run back in the 2nd. .273 now for Borges. The home run that he hit was his first of the year. And Price now has gone 1-1. Looks like Jason Hayward has moved to the on-deck circle with the pitcher spot due next. And Price now has hit a total of 100 in the pitch count. That 30-pitch first inning. Had a couple of walks in that frame. But David has also had a stretch in this game in which he's retired 11 straight. There's Hayward on deck. We know what he could do. He homered in last night's ball game.
He's got good numbers this year against left-handed pitching too, Hayward.
Tapper back to the mound. Price will handle this one. Borges is out, 1 away.
Menards brings you the big money encounter. David Price in the game today has given up 5 hits, 3 solo home runs, and all 3 of the home runs have come on changeups. And to take that a step further, the changeup is the pitch that's being clobbered this year by the opposition. They're hitting .371 coming into the game today against the David Price changeup, which is odd because coming into this year, his changeup was one of his best pitches along with that mid-90s fastball. They can't hit his fastball today, but he's made some mistakes with the changeup, and it's cost him 3 runs.
Well, here is Hayward now to bat for Villanueva, who really did a good job today out of the Cardinals bullpen.
Yeah, he did. He saved him.
1, 2, 3, and a 3rd innings in relief scoreless baseball for the Cards.
Today was the first game that Hayward didn't start in.
Driven to right, deep. Foul ball. Oh, man. Right down the line. Fair or foul, and David Price can breathe a sigh of relief. Hayward put a whooping on that one. 0-2. Martinez tried to will it fair, but to no avail. Ground ball, fair ball over the bag at third. This will be extra bases. Hayward is on his way to second, and he is in with a pinch hit double.
And sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. And a little luck involved there in the 8th double of the year for Jason Hayward. A well-located fastball down and away. He just kind of stuck his bat out, and the ball it hit third base. He basically took that ball right out of the glove of McCann, the catcher.
So the go-ahead run now is at second with one out. Now they deal with the top of the lineup. Randall Grichuk. The former first-round pick of the Angels. A chance to give his team the lead. Grichuk missed 27 games with a back injury, was activated today. Hayward now is chased back to the bag at second. That is just the 6th hit for the Cardinals today.
Hayward's a big man, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Did you know that both of his parents graduated from Dartmouth?
No.
Same college that Ausmus attended.
Swing and a miss. I did not know that.
So you know Hayward had to get some good grades growing up, right?
He had no choice.
No choice, man. Both parents graduating from an Ivy League school.
No balls, one strike on Randall Grichuk. Way outside. Let's see. Price is at 107 right now. Just in case you're wondering, his high water mark this year is 108. He's done that a couple of times.
He really hasn't pitched in a lot of stress today. Not a lot of stressful pitches thrown by David.
No, it's a good point because their runs have really come on solo homers.
Right.
So it's not like he's had base runners all day. He had that stretch of 11 straight that he retired. Nesbitt ready to go if needed. Here's the 1-2. Fouled away. Carpenter on deck. There's 109 now for Price, a season high. Cardinals got the pinch hit double from Jason Hayward. He's at second base, representing the go-ahead run here in the 7th. Tigers have not scored since getting 2 in the 3rd. Way inside, and the count levels now at 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, getting a fastball from David Price with 2 strikes is not uncommon since the beginning of the 2008 season. Here's a list of guys that, with 2 strikes, really like their fastball. Cologne commands his fastball as well as any right-hander in the game at about 90-92. Lance Lynn on that list. Tigers will see him tomorrow. Pelfrey and Justin Masterson round out that 5.
Driven deep to left center. That ball is hit well. Cespedes going back. Still going back. It's off the wall. Hayward is going to come to third and stop there.
Oh, what a horrible mistake there by Hayward. Oh, my goodness.
What a break for the Tigers. That ball was hit off the left center field wall, and Hayward didn't score.
As a rule of thumb, in that particular situation, if you're a base runner, you go halfway. You don't worry about tagging up. If the ball does fall in, you score easy. But Hayward was going back to the bag to tag up. I mean, I didn't think Cespedes was going to catch this ball. He didn't get close to it.
I never thought he was.
Oh, just not a good play here by Jason Hayward. Apparently, he didn't get a good read on it. But a break for the Tigers.
Yes, it is. They will take that break. And Hayward knew it when he got to third. Second double of the season for Grichuk, who was robbed of an RBI.
Well, you got a left-hander coming up, so you wonder what Brad's going to do here. Is he going to simply ask David how he feels and allow him to pitch to Carpenter, or is he going to just take him out?
I don't think he'll take him out here.
It doesn't look like it. David nodding his head like, I'm good.
Nesbitt's still warming up. What a huge break for Detroit, but they still have to complete this inning now. Second and third, only one out, and you've got some pretty good hitters coming up.
And if you're Brad Ausmus, David is your best left-hander on your team. Yeah, they have Hardy down there. Yeah, they have Borzolani down there. But in this situation, going up against one of the better hitters in the senior circuit in Matt Carpenter, you want your best on the mound.
Carpenter homered against Price in the first inning. David came back to strike him out in the third and got him to ground out in the fifth.
Tigers playing the infield in.
So here is Carpenter, second and third, infield in for Detroit. Swing and a miss. Price ready with the 0-1. Swing and a miss again.
He has left the strike zone on back-to-back pitches. At 93, 94. You can't catch up to the fastball upstairs. Don't think he's going to go with anything other than a fastball. Doesn't really have great command today with his off-speed pitches. We showed you the changeup getting hit around quite a bit today.
And 0-2 on Matt Carpenter.
It could be the final pitch of the night for Price.
Missed it high. 1 ball and 2 strikes. You got Holiday, the right-hander, waiting on deck. Back-to-back doubles here in the 7th inning, but they couldn't get a run in. Here's the 1-2. Fouled it away.
And Price still throwing hard. That last fastball, 95. He's 115 pitches into this game. And about 80% of the pitches he's thrown today have been fastballs.
Another sellout crowd trying to help out Carpenter here.
They sell out every day, don't they?
Well, it's their 7th of the year. They're usually over 40,000 every night. Today is no different. We'll get back into the seats. 1-2 on Matt Carpenter.
It's got to be his last hitter, you think, no matter what, right?
Oh, no doubt. With Holiday on deck and the pitch count now at 116, no doubt. You got Nesbitt, who is ready to go. It's just a matter of getting this hitter.
If he's able to get Carpenter, is that putting too much pressure on Nesbitt to walk Holiday to load the bases to go after Peralta?
Ooh, that's a good question. Well, Nesbitt has seemed to have ice water in his veins this year. Maybe not.
Holiday hit about 450. Runners in scoring position.
He may have no choice but to do that.
First things first.
Yep, and that's to get this hitter. And he does. A swing and a miss, and down goes Carpenter.
All right, now the wheels will start to turn. We're going to make that our bell tire pitch by pitch as Brad Osman strolls to the mound to take out David Price. And David didn't mess around with any off-speed pitches in this pitch sequence to Matt Carpenter. All hard stuff, all fastballs, 93 to 95 miles an hour. Finally able to dust it with one upstairs.
That'll be it for David Price. He strikes out Carpenter, his 9th of the game, but he will leave with runners at second and third. And the Tigers will bring in Angel Nesbitt from the bullpen. Wallside Windows pitching change will return to St. Louis. Second and third for the Cardinals and 2 outs, but a huge strikeout there for David Price.
I'm thinking that they might just pitch to Holiday because what Brad should have done, if you're going to walk Holiday, you should have allowed David Price to walk him.
Yeah, so that maybe indicates that Nesbitt will go after him. Here are the numbers on Angel. Came into the ball game last night. And who did he give up the home run to? That was to Peralta.
Right, hanging slider. Remember, we showed you last time Holiday was up. He gets lots of base hits the opposite way. The majority of his hits have gone to right field and center field. That's why Rajay Davis is crowding him over in right center field.
5-19 with runners in scoring position.
Well, you can't get beat by him. You just can't. Not when a guy's showing you those numbers.
Ooh. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Both Carpenter and Holiday have left the strike zone trying to catch up with mid-90 fastball.
Holiday has a walk, a couple of ground outs. Tigers bullpen trying to put down this rally. Popped him up. Right side of the infield. Nesbitt comes out of the pen and gets Holiday, and the Cardinals will leave 2.
I see you, Nesbitt.
Big base running error by Hayward helps the Tigers out. 7 in the books here in St. Louis. Still tied. Like this, we had a 1 hour 20-minute rain delay in the bottom of the first inning. That was shortly after Miguel Cabrera hit his 400th career home run in the first. Well, David Price, he ends up with 9 strikeouts, 117 pitches today.
He walked a couple today, but those came all the way back in the very first inning.
Kevin Segrist now is the new pitcher for the Cardinals.
Got good numbers. Earned run average just a shade over 1. He has 6 holds. He's been in 18 games prior to today, and he's averaging a strikeout per outing.
Bottom 3 batters in the Tigers lineup here in the top of the 8th. McCann starts it off. James was at the plate when Cespedes was thrown out trying to steal in the 7th by Yadier Molina.
The Tigers have a weapon on their bench as far as speed is concerned. That would be Anthony Gose.
And McCann looks at a strike.
Pitcher spot also coming up, so there will be a pinch hitter in that slot. Would it be Victor?
One ball, 1 strike. Brand was hoping to keep Victor off, period, for the entire series, but we'll see what transpires here with the pitcher spot due 3rd. Here's the 1-1. No, sir, did not go, said Larry Vanover. 2-1 on McCann. High fly ball, left field, playable. Matt Holliday is under it, staring into the sunlight. 1 gone here in the 8th. Segrist following Villanueva, who was really good this afternoon. Again, the Tigers have not scored since getting 2 in the 3rd. Here's Iglesias. Swing and a miss, 0-1. Segrist was born in Buffalo, but he played college ball at Palm Beach Community College. I would rather spend my winters in Palm Beach, wouldn't you?
You got that right.
Here's the 0-1. Into shallow right field. And caught there by Grichuk. 2 outs. Hernan Perez will pinch hit.
Well, I guess Brad is not going to use Victor, because if he was going to use him, you would think he'd use him against a left-handed pitcher.
This would be the spot.
Yep.
So Perez with 2 outs. Foul tip into the glove for strike 1. Swing and a miss, and now quickly 0-2 on Hernan Perez. Yeah, but Chamberlain in the Detroit bullpen. Fouled away. Perez this year as a hitter is just 2 for 22. And 0 for 3 as a pinch hitter.
It's a tough role that he's playing. Everyday player in the minor leagues, all of a sudden you make the major league roster and you don't get that many reps. Not playing that much, therefore very difficult to stay sharp.
Fouled that one off Molina. Got him in 2 spots. Right in the mask and then right off the knee. Two out, nobody on. We're in the 8th. Tied at 3. And the 0-2 to Perez. Another one off the mask. Hernan Perez and Andrew Romine both made the ball club out of spring training this year.
It has turned out to be a wonderful afternoon here.
That it has. Nothing but sunshine now. Just off the plate, 1-2. A little bit of rain in the forecast for tomorrow as well. The Tigers have a night game tomorrow night here. Now Segrist with the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Perez is out 1-2, 3 inning for Segrist. Here come the Cards to the bottom of the 8th.
Cabrera's history-making home run after the game on Tigers Live. We'll look back at number 400, hear from the big fella, and get reaction from his teammates and manager Brad Ausmus. Johnny Kane and Craig Monroe holding it down on the Call Sam studio after the game for Tigers Live. Mario, Ron?
All right, Mick, thanks. The hope is we're talking about a victory as Jabba Chamberlain now will take over out of the Detroit bullpen here in the bottom of the 8th.
And Jabba threw in last night's game as well, but he only threw 11 pitches in that contest. Jabba now pitching in his 12th game. The ERA is pretty good at 1.04. Jabba has a fastball that gets up to about 95, every now and then 96, but he's got a curveball, a slider, and a changeup. Doesn't use the changeup at all.
Well, Chamberlain trying to keep this a 3-3 tie. Johnny Peralta will start things off.
Yeah, the one thing you have to concern yourself anytime Peralta steps in the batter's box, you can't let him pull the baseball. And Johnny hitting over 300 with 6 home runs. Most of his homers are to left field.
Good look at strike one on the outer edge.
And while he does have power, he doesn't really have power to straightaway center or right field, usually.
And he's 1 for 7 career against Chamberlain. Couple of strikeouts as you look at his hit spy direction.
Yeah, that's why you want to make him go to right field.
1 ball, 1 strike. Tigers have 3 runs, 11 hits, and the Cardinals have 3 runs, 7 hits. Two and 1. Johnny played at 2 All-Star games as a member of the Tigers. Outside again, and the count goes 3-1 on Peralta. David Price started 6 2/3. Nesbitt came on to get a big pop-up of Holiday with 2 men on in the 7th. Lifted back out of play.
And last time Peralta was up, he got a changeup from David Price, and he hit it to left field for his 2nd home run of the series. He got Angel Nesbitt in last night's game. Nesbitt threw Peralta a slider that he hit out.
Full count on Peralta. Reynolds and then Molina here in the bottom of the 8th.
And good breaking ball down might just get you the swing and miss. Johnny might leave the strike zone. They're going fastball.
And he walked it. So the go-ahead run is on here. Leadoff walk in the 8th. It's the first time the Cardinals have gotten the leadoff man on in this game.
Really?
And we're here in the 8th. Now here's Reynolds. For 3, couple of strikeouts and a ground out. Way outside, it'll go to the backstop and roll all the way back to the mound. And Peralta now has himself in scoring position.
McCann had absolutely no chance at catching that fastball. If it's a breaking ball and it's thrown that poorly, you might have a chance at knocking it down, but no chance whatsoever on the fastball.
Cosma coming out a pinch run now at second base, so they'll take Peralta out of the game. More speed is the go-ahead run. Wild pitch advancing the Cardinal runner to second. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike on Mark Reynolds. way outside. And Jabba now has gone 2-1. Chamberlain came on to get a couple of outs in the ball game last night. He got a ground out and a strikeout.
And Reynolds is looking to hit something between Ian Kinsler and Miguel Cabrera on the right side of the infield, but it's really not his strength. His strength is not hitting the ball the opposite way, but that's what this situation calls for.
Meanwhile, Chamberlain throws another one in the dirt, and the count goes 3-1.
Nine hits to left field for Reynolds, 7 up the middle, only 3 the opposite way where he's trying to go.
Cosma, the go-ahead runner at second base. 3-1 on Mark Reynolds. Swing and a miss.
Ooh, nice pitch by Jabba. Nice breaking ball there. On a 3-1 count.
Popped up. Foul ground, first base side. Cabrera. Nice play by Cabrera. Cosma tag and throw coming to third. He's got to be out by a mile. A double play for the Tigers.
We talk about Miguel Cabrera so much from an offensive standpoint is that we don't give him his due defensively at first base. This is a really good play by Miggy, going far to foul territory and then turning around to get the strike, throwing the strike to third base. He's got a cannon for an arm and very accurate. I'm talking to the fans over there.
Talking some trash as well.
Yes, he is. They love him. Very underrated as a thrower. He's out by 5 feet.
Well, if you're Cosma, I'm not sure it's an extremely terrible running play there, because you know, you got Miggy back to the infield running toward the railing.
No doubt. There are a lot of first basemen in baseball where Cosma would have been safe at third base on that same exact play.
Well, Miggy talking trash after he threw him out.
He's still talking trash. I don't think there's a player in the game that has as much fun as Cabrera does.
So Molina batting here with the bases empty now in a 3-3 game in the 8th.
He's showing off his gun now.
He'll probably flex in a minute.
He's something. Enjoy him, people. And these kind of guys don't come along very often. Once in a generation type player.
2-1 on Molina. Foul tip. And in and out of the glove. 2-2. So Chamberlain was teetering on the brink. He had walked a batter, threw a wild pitch, got him to second, fell behind Reynolds, and all of a sudden you get the pop up and the double play. Colton Wong waiting on deck. Drilled to center field, a base hit. 2-out single for Molina, his second hit. He's going to pick up Colton Wong.
It's a breaking ball here, slider that gets way too much plate. It's up in the strike zone in a good path. And taken to the ball with this swing by Molina.
So the go-ahead run is on again, but this time at first base now with 2 outs. Kolten Wong is 0 for 3, the average of .313. He has struck out each of his last 2 at-bats, but those were against David Price. Ball 1. Lane Hardy is warming up for the Tigers. Rosenthal, their closer, is tuning up. That's fouled away. Here's Rosenthal.
He's a hard thrower. Fastball gets up to 100 miles an hour.
He has 12 saves this year. That's Rosenthal.
He'll be going up against the top of the Tigers batting order, which means he's going to have a confrontation with Miguel.
Miguel. Now he's in Molina's ear. Low to Wong, and the count goes 2-1.
Java pretty much has fallen behind every hitter in this inning.
Yeah, he's thrown 20 now.
And it makes it tough when you fall behind for you to throw a fastball for a strike against a good fastball hitting team. Wong is a good fastball hitter.
Get back into seats, and the count 2-2 now on Kolten Wong. Davis, Kinsler, Cabrera when the Tigers get to the 9th. Peter Borges waiting on deck for the Cardinals. Cardinals tied it up at 3, and the home run by Peralta in the 6th. They've had some chances late to go ahead. Bouncing ball to second. It'll be an easy play there for Kinsler. Price is averted. No runs, single walk, 1 man left. Miguel Cabrera will hit third when we get to the 9th. But it's his defensive play that keeps this game tied. Take that. do it against the closer of the St. Louis Cardinals. And the right-hander Trevor Rosenthal has come on now for the Cards.
He's a good one. And Rosenthal pitching in his 17th game this year. He's converted 12 of 13 save chances, and the earned run average just a shade over 1. And Tigers hitters need to get ready to hit that fastball.
Cosma stays in the game, and he'll play short. He was able to pinch run for Peralta, but then was thrown out at third base.
Only a couple of Tigers have really seen Rosenthal. Well, 3 to be exact. That would be Cespedes, Kinsler, and Anthony Gose.
Rosenthal starts him off with a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. 1 strike on Rajai Davis.
He's just getting warmed up.
Up and in, and to the backstop it goes. Get your attention. Ball too high.
If he walks Rajai Davis, it's going to be a double.
.45 saves last year for Rosenthal.
Oh, he's no joke.
Struck out 87 in 70 innings of work for the Cardinals last year. Another foul back out of play. That one in 98.
You know, a lot of people talk about Craig Kimbrell, who was pitching for the Atlanta Braves the last number of years as being the best closer in the National League, but those numbers by Rosenthal, pretty good. Heater after heater after heater, all of them 95 and above.
And Davis has fouled him off. There's another foul back out of play by Rajai. Been on base a couple of times today. Triple and a run scored. He's also walked. Joakim Soria is tuning up in the Detroit bullpen. The Tigers closer, who gets it done in a much different way than Rosenthal. Tapped foul at home plate. Tigers in this game 11 more hits. They have stranded 9 in this contest.
Kinsler, he's 2 for 2 against Rosenthal in their brief meetings.
Rosenthal, out of high school in Kansas, played college ball at a community college, Cowley County Community College. Another foul back out of play. One in 99. Got out in front of that one, and it's skied toward the third base line. Will it stay in play? It will. One gone. Here's Ian Kinsler. 3 out of 4. Another big game for Kinsler. Doubled in a run back in the third. He's also stolen a base. He now has 20 hits in his last 13 games. Swings right through that one.
Yeah, you want to lay off that one if you can. Awfully tough to catch up to with that velocity that Rosenthal is featuring here today.
1 ball, 1 strike. Lions, their starter, was knocked out of the game in the 4th. Villanueva came on and got him into the 8th. Cabrera still talking.
He's found some more friends.
They're almost amazed that he's actually talking to them. Should you be doing this? It's drilled to center field. Borges has room, though. And there are 2 gone.
We're going to take you back to the very first inning. Tyler Lyons, as Mario mentioned, started for the St. Louis Cardinals, and Miguel Cabrera hit a monumental home run against him. Home run number 400 to put him ahead of Andres Galarraga. No Venezuelan-born player has hit more home runs than Miggy. He went straight central over the 400-foot side, and he brought rain.
Now he's going to bat with 2 outs here. Nobody on. Is swing and a miss.
Slider at 89 thrown by Rosenthal.
Here's one of those epic matchups. You got a guy that throws high 90s, and you've got Cabrera.
Yeah, this is reminiscent of the one in Kansas City a couple weeks ago. Kelvin Herrera.
0-2 on Miguel.
I haven't seen a pitcher shake off Molina in 2 days.
You may watch the rest of the year and still not see it.
Uh-oh. Oh. How about that? How about that?
Way to go. That's foul straight back. So much for that.
Yeah. Molina wanted a slider, and the pitcher wanted that fastball. He don't want to make any mistakes.
Again, the 0-2. Swing and a miss. Struck it out. Miggy goes down. Rosenthal a 1-2-3 9. Cardinals coming up in the bottom of the 9th in St. Louis. Got a double from Grichuk, and Hayward was at second base and tagged up instead of scoring. And then Price and Nesbitt were able to get out of the rest of the inning, and then also in the 8th inning, Miguel Cabrera with a heads-up play turns a double play after Cosma was pinch running at second base to bail out Java Chamberlain. So when the Cardinals look back at this one after the game, if they lose it, they will be kicking themselves.
For sure.
Now Blaine Hardy will step in as he takes over on the mound. And the first pitch grounded foul.
We were talking about that way back at the top of our show today at 1 o'clock when we came on the air, just how much improved this Tigers defense is in 2015. It's one of your better defensive squads in the American League.
And we've seen a lot of that in this series. Ball inside, 1-1 the count on Peter Borges. Number 8 hitter starting things off here in the ninth. Tony Cruz in the on-deck circle. Here's the 1-2. Got him. Strike 3. Borges caught looking, 1 gone.
Boy, he froze him with that backdoor breaking ball, and it was a beauty thrown by Blaine. At 74 miles an hour. Started it off the plate outside. Borges gave up on it, and it caught the outside corner. Outstanding frame job by McCann.
Tony Cruz will bat. 1 out, nobody on here in the ninth. Cruz 5 for 22 this year. Leaves the hook up high. 1 ball, no strikes. Missed away. The count goes 2-0 on pitch hitter Tony Cruz. His 5th season now with the Cardinals. It's fouled straight back. 2-1 on Cruz. Richik at the top of the order waiting on deck.
Cruz is a career .231 pitch hitter.
Hardy trying to get this to the 10th inning. Lifted back out of play. Nesbitt, job at Chamberlain, now Blaine Hardy out of the Tigers bullpen as David Price pitched his team into the 7th. Here today he'll get a no decision. Struck out 9 in the contest. Off the end of the bat, foul. And it's going to stay foul, it appears. Going to be a battle of the bullpens the rest of the way with both starters out of this game. Of course, their starter, Lyons, was knocked out much earlier than Price. Hardy had a scoreless inning in yesterday's game. Lifted in the air. Right field, long run, slicing, gonna land foul. Martinez couldn't quite get there. A trio of Tigers surrounded. Looks like Matt Belisle warming up now in their bullpen. Should we get to the 10th? That's what the Tigers are hoping. Hardy again with the 2-2. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Blaine coming out of the bullpen. 2 strikeouts for the Tigers.
It's a fastball right down the middle, thrown right by Cruz.
Randall Grichuk hit what appeared to be the go-ahead double in the 7th inning, but Hayward went back to tag up on it and only got to 3rd. Play of the game right now. A couple of hits for Grichuk, who is just off the disabled list. And he looks at ball 1 high. He had himself a good day against David Price. Single and a double. Two and 0 the count. You got to be careful. He had 25 homers at AAA last year. Three and 0. Here's Matt Carpenter waiting on deck. Prefer not to face him with somebody on base. And he'll do just that. 3rd time that Grichuk reaches. Bring up Carpenter. Came up in a big spot back in the 7th, 2nd and 3rd, 1 out. He struck out. Problem here is Grichuk runs pretty well. Gap shot, you've got some problems. Carpenter homered back in the 1st. Tigers have not scored in this game since getting 2 in the 3rd when they took a 3-2 lead. Cards tied it up in the 6th on the Peralta home run. He's been that way since. Rich wants time now to do a little work on the base paths at first base. A winning run at first with 2 outs. We're in the bottom of the 9th, 3-3 game. Check swing roller toward 3rd. Castellanos will throw him out, and the inning is over. No runs, a walk, and 1 man left. We go to the 10th. beef jerky. Feed your wild side. We go to the 10th inning. Good look at that ground ball at the bat of Cruz that just kept spinning, spinning, spinning. 3-3 is our score. It'll eventually stop. Took a little bit of a cover off it as well. Matt Belisle is on now for the St. Louis Cardinals as we go to the top of the 10th.
And Belisle checks in with a .293 earned run average, 11 strikeouts, 5 walks. Pitched in last night's game, pitched 1 inning, did not give up a hit. And to Tigers batters.
J.D. Martinez starts it off here in the 10th. Swing and a miss, 0-1 on Martinez.
It's a really slow breaking ball at 71 miles an hour.
Cespedes and then Castellanos to follow. Tigers 3 runs, 11 hits. Cardinals have 3 runs, 8 hits. Well, the Cardinals have played 5 extra inning games. They're 4-1. Tigers only 2 of them. They've split them. Two balls, 1 strike on JD. Infield single and a walk. Martinez a 7-game hitting streak. 2-2. Anthony Ghost still lurking on the Tigers bench. Fouled away. 2-2 the count stays on the right-handed batting J.D. Martinez.
Apparently there's no consideration for Ghost to pinch run for J.D. Martinez if J.D. gets on first base.
Did not go, and so says Larry Vanover. Tigers still have Ghost, Romine, Victor, and Holiday on their bench. Perez has been used. He lost him, ball 4, and the go-ahead runner is on now for Detroit. The second walk for JD. We'll bring up Cespedes.
Don't know if Brad might be waiting for J.D. Martinez to get into scoring position before he uses Ghost, or if he's going to wait and let Ghost hit. Ghost is hitting about 350, 360.
Well, Brad in the past has said that he prefers to wait for that runner to get into scoring position, which may be the case here, but you're right. I mean, he's a dual threat. He's a threat with the bat as well. And Cespedes looks at a strike.
You put a guy like Ghost on first base in a situation like this, and it just ramps up the pressure into a guy like Belisle.
One on Cespedes. Single hit a run back in the 3rd. He is 2 out of 4 in this game. We're in St. Louis at Busch Stadium. Mario and Pemba, Rod Allen, glad you're with us. Joe Nicola is our producer. Brian Moss, our director this afternoon. Tigers trying to make it 2 straight against the Cards. One and two.
And Yoenis Cespedes swung at this last fastball like he was looking for something else. An off-speed pitch, and he still tried to get to the fastball.
Bouncing ball left side, base hit. JD goes to second base, and the Tigers are in business now in the 10th. 2 on, nobody out.
He was waiting for that next fastball that was tailing down and in. He turned on it, ripped it right past Carpenter, the third baseman, who was hugging that third baseline, protecting against a double in that direction. And runners on first and second. And there's nobody out, and you've got Castellanos stepping to the plate, and he does not have a sacrifice bunt.
Let's go Tigers chance. Starting to ring out here.
That is no career sac bunts for Castellanos.
There's a bluff to second base. Castellanos 2 singles, a fly ball and a strikeout in this game. Martinez led it off with a walk. Cespedes a base hit. Castellanos drives one to center field, straight at Borges. JD tags up, but he's not going anywhere. So the Tigers unable to move the runners up. First out of the inning. We'll bring up James McCann. .284 this year for McCann in this ball game today, single and a walk. Swinging late on that ball, and he found it quickly back in the seats. 0-1. McCann a chance to give the Tigers the lead. Six consecutive scoreless innings for the Cardinals. The Tigers trying to bring an end to that streak. Here's the 0-1. 0-2 now on McCann. Here's the 0-2. Fly ball in the air toward right field. Grichuk backs up, makes the play. Martinez tagging, coming to third. He'll move up 90 feet. McCann is out, 2 gone, leaving runners at first and third.
And as soon as the ball was hit into right field, Martinez alertly gets back to the bag and then goes to third base without a play.
It's going to be Iglesias here. We'll need a 2-out hit from Jose. And he is hitless in this ball game. Ball 1. Outside, 2 balls, no strikes. Ghost has moved to the on deck circle. That's in there, a strike. Yeah, it's 2-1. Lyle's been around a while, 34 years of age, broke into the big leagues in 03. Strike called, and now it's 2-2 on Iglesias, who takes issue with that last call by Vic Carapazza.
The 2-0 pitch was borderline. This 2-1 pitch appeared to be a tick below.
But he got the call. Now here comes the crowd. Little looper into right field. That's going to drop. Base hit. Tigers will take the lead on the RBI single by Jose Iglesias. 4-3 Detroit.
It's a breaking ball that stays up, thrown by Belle-Isle, and it's a nice piece of hitting by Iglesias, who forced him into getting the ball up. He laid off all the pitches that were down in the strike zone. The only swing that he took was on that last delivery of the breaking ball that stayed up long enough to get the single to put the Tigers in front.
A 2-out RBI single by Jose Iglesias. It is the 13th Tigers hit of the day, and the Tigers go up 4-3. Now here is Ghost to pinch hit. And he swings and misses 0-1. Tigers get their first run since the second, and they go up here in the 10th. Anthony batting .357, trying to extend that lead. Low and away, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Anthony Ghost told me something today that I was not aware of. He says he does not take batting practice on the field at all in games where he starts. All of his work is done in the cage prior to games when he starts. No BP on the field.
I didn't know he had that option.
Oh, yeah, you do.
Swing and a miss.
But what they've got going right now is so positive between him and Wally Joyner and Dave Newhand. I mean, he's got a couple of things that he goes through while he's in the cage, and he's been able to take it into the game flawlessly. He says when he takes BP on the field, he tries to do too much. Tries to hit home runs, kind of gets out of his element. So he just stays in the cage and does not take any BP on the field.
Here's the 1-2. Got a piece of that one to stay alive.
He'll go out there with his teammates and stretch. He'll go out and take the fly balls off the fungo of Dave Clark. But when it comes time to hitting, he'll go simply down into that cage. And when his turn comes around.
Well, Ghost can deliver a big hit here in the 10th. Tigers have taken the lead 4-3. And it missed outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Cardinals have Holiday, Cosmo, Reynolds due up when we get to the bottom of the 10th. Davis waiting on deck. Belial has thrown 25, now 26 pitches. And he got him strike 3. Ghost caught looking. That'll be it for the Tigers, but they take the lead. Jose Iglesias with a clutch 2-out single to right. And the Tigers take the lead to the bottom of the 10th. Here in St. Louis, Jose Iglesias RBI single with 2 outs in the top of the 10th inning gives the Tigers the advantage. Now they bring their closer in. It's Joakim Soria.
He's been lights out this year out of that bullpen for the Tigers. 11 of 11 in save and save opportunities. The ERA at 1.13. 13 strikeouts for Soria. More importantly, doesn't walk anybody. He's only given 3 free passes.
Romine will enter the ball game and play third base for Castellanos. In the meantime, it is Matt Holliday to lead it off for St. Louis. Holliday is 0 for 3. And he looks at ball 1, missing outside. Drill to right field. That's going to get down. Base hit. Rajay gets over there quickly. Holliday digging for 2. The throw. He is out at second base.
How about the defense the Tigers are playing here today, and more importantly, the defense they're playing all year?
What a throw by Davis, who got to that ball in a hurry.
First of all, Rajay anticipating the ball's coming in his direction because he's already shading him in one right center field. He grabs it, he turns and throws a one-hop strike to Iglesias, who applies the tag to Holliday, trying to stretch that single into a double.
Big defensive play. Pow!
Yeah, he shot him.
One gone. Here's Matt Adams to pinch hit. What a huge play by Rajay Davis.
Oh, my goodness.
In a game that has had several big plays. There's a strike call. Adams didn't like it. Now he's in an 0-2 hole.
Adams going through it right now. He is scuffling. 1 for 30. 1 for his last 30.
That is the definition of going through it. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Didn't play in last night's game. Mike Matheny, their manager, gave him a mental day off. Didn't start him today.
Rolled foul, first base side.
Yeah, but he does have some power, though. You could look at him and tell he's got a little power.
Reynolds waiting on deck. He's got some power, too. Go foul, third base side. Davis right now the man of the hour with the throw out of Holliday at second base. Ooh. 2-2. Soria said, come on.
It's one of them kind of days for Mr. Carapazza.
Man,
that's been a strike all day.
It sure has.
Don't tighten it up now.
Bounce again, 3-2. Four to 3. Tigers lead, bottom of the 10th. 1 out, nobody on. Lifted toward left. Cespedes stretching out. He made the play.
Mario, do you see these boys?
Cespedes made the play and left. I see them, Rod.
You all right, Jonas?
I hope so.
You're not all right.
Meanwhile, Matheny's going to say, we want to take a look at this. I thought that ball might have hit the grass. Cespedes, more importantly, is the issue right now with that left wrist. That's a trap. hit the ground, then bounced into the glove. Cespedes sold it. He just showed it on the big board. But they are looking at it right now as they look over Cespedes. That's the more pressing issue for the Tigers.
They're taking a look at the left hand of Cespedes, but take a look at what happened a couple of innings ago when he was trying to steal second base. 7th inning, it's the left hand. It jars up against the bag, and he was, at that particular time, didn't feel good as far as that left hand was concerned. So there were some issues there. I don't think it was that particular play that caused the entire issue.
Still wincing in pain is Cespedes. Meanwhile, they're taking a good long look at this challenge. Crew chief is Larry Vanover. Waiting from the call from New York to make a final decision on this. It'll either be 2 outs or we'll have a runner at first base, the tying run. Another look at it.
Tigers really have no one on the bench that could play the outfield. Well, I guess in a pitch, a Holiday could go out there.
Cespedes will stay in the game.
Right.
They rule it. Oh, they rule it a base hit.
It's the right call.
So Adams is on. He's the tying run. Bring up Reynolds. Adams has to run for himself. There's nobody left on the bench for the Cardinals, at least position player wise. So here is Reynolds, who is 0 for 4.
If you're wondering how many ground ball double plays Reynolds has hit into, just a couple, and he is pretty much a fly ball hitter and has been that since coming to the big leagues.
Soria gave up a single to Holiday, but he was thrown out trying to stretch it to a double. Adams, the pinch hitter, singles the other way. 1 on, 1 out. Checked it. Yes, he went around. One and 2. Breaking ball that bounces in and blocked by McCann. Two balls, 2 strikes on Mark Reynolds.
Saw Brad Ausmus telling McCann to remind Soria to stop.
3-2.
I guess on that previous pitch he may have went a little bit too quick.
Well, there's Molina waiting on deck.
Be shocked if Adams takes off from first base here with the amount of strikeouts that Reynolds has piled up in his career.
Got him. Strike 3 in the outside corner. And to match that, another argument. Ooh, he threaded the needle there, and Reynolds pleading his case. Mike Matheny now is going to have to come and get him. 2 gone.
been a strike all night.
It really has. I mean, he had a beef in that it was outside, but it has been called all day. I mean, all day. Yet there is still one more large hurdle to get through, and that would be Yadier Molina. Two outs, Molina 2 out of 4 with a couple of singles. Ground ball foul.
There have been 10 strikeouts between both teams today where Vic Carapazza, the home plate umpire, called the batter out on strike 3. 10 of the total 22 combined strikeouts today have been called third strikes where the hitter didn't swing. That's a high number.
That's a really high number. And a lot of the replays that we've seen on the Fox tracks showing that some of those, if not borderline, were outside of the strike zone. Here's Adams, the tying run. 1 ball, 1 strike on Yadier Molina. Fouled back, and now Soria needs 1 more strike. Price still on the bench. Outside, Molina wouldn't chase.
Tigers looking to go 8-5 in 1-run games this year.
Tigers also have done really good work on the road, 11-6. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Soria closes the door here in the 10th, and the Tigers have won the first 2 in the series. Back-to-back strikeouts of Reynolds and Molina. Miggy hits his 400th, and the Tigers have won the first 2. The 23rd win of the season for Detroit as they hold on to this one, winning it in 10 innings. Here's your final out. Dave Price says, way to go. We'll be back.